Es viernes, damas y caballeros. Bienvenidos a este gran fin de semana. Por cierto, en Estados Unidos es un fin de semana largo. Tenemos un holiday el lunes. Ya soy ese güey completamente. Lo he sido por mucho tiempo, pero ya se me olvida todo. Día festivo el lunes, por lo que va a ser un día, va a ser un fin de semana largo. La bolsa no va a abrir el lunes. E interesantemente, han habido movimientos ahorita buenos, bastante, se ha puesto bastante divertido, honestamente. Bitcoin ahorita cayó a los 110, está como por ahí de los 110, 500, ahorita volteé a ver mi tablet, etcétera. Así que para que lo tengan en mente, normalmente cuando esto pasa, fin de día completamente podría acabar en otro lado de donde estamos ahorita, podría ser más bajo, podría ser más alto. Y lo que me ha funcionado últimamente es simplemente reaccionar a ese movimiento agresivo de fin de día que deja a todo el mundo pensando el fin de semana, todo esto va a estar de huevos y luego acaba muy mal y acaba siendo completamente lo contrario. Voy a probablemente ver eso, voy a ver esa probabilidad ahorita que analicemos las tablas para todos ustedes, para que lo tengan presente. Quiero hablar rapidísimo de un par de cosas. Uno, para todos ustedes que vean emprendeduros o que ven emprendeduros, ya acabé, ya no puedo más con eso. Ayer me retiré. Fue mi último episodio. Le dije a Ro, ya no puedo más con esto, cabrón. No veo las noticias. Me duelen los huevos escuchar datos financieros que son completamente estúpidos e irrelevantes, sobre todo con lo bien que me ha ido este año invirtiendo. Bueno, ya llevo 2 años, pero este año ha sido una mamada invirtiendo y ahora este año con trading, elevándolo a otro nivel completamente. Las noticias no las uso para nada y es simplemente excedido todas lo que pensé que podría ser mi capacidad para hacer esto, para poder invertir, y sobre todo con la gran ilusión que yo tenía, ¿no? De, pues, güey, estoy viendo las noticias, estoy descifrando esto. No las necesito para nada, y espero que ustedes tampoco, porque de verdad solamente los están llenando de mierda en la cabeza, y hablando de noticias, ¿no? Como hoy que salieron los datos del PCE y salieron justo en expectativas. Pero vean la locura que estamos viendo. Gente profesional del mundo financiero nos habla de, güey, la Reserva Federal, ve a Jerome Powell en Jackson Hole, va a definitivamente bajar intereses. No, porque está muy dovish y está diciendo que la economía se está yendo a la mierda. Luego revisan el PIB de Estados Unidos 3 días después y luego nos dan reportes de empleo, que todos estos son falsos. Todos estos son falsos. Me duele hasta volver a hablar de ellos. Es como de, puta madre, ¿cuándo voy a poder dejar de decir esto? Pero yo creo que es importante para mucha gente, sobre todo para poder mantener la calma. Para eso es lo que estoy acá, para asegurarles a todos que todo va a estar bien, que todas estas payasadas no son nada más que eso, payasadas, que no se me preocupen y que no piensen en estas cosas. No tiene sentido alguno y no les da beneficio alguno. Se los dice este viejito que definitivamente ha estado rompiéndola con eso. Luego nos dan el dato del PIB con los datos de empleo y todo el mundo se voltea y dice, ¿cómo van a bajar tipos ahora? La economía está muy fuerte y el desempleo todavía no es un factor. Parecen locos. Nadie se está dando cuenta que la gente parece loca, cambiando. Ahora, respeto, admiro a la gente que cambia de opinión de acuerdo a lo que han tenido como experiencia futuro. Pero si estás cambiando de opinión de una cosa a otra con datos falsos 2 días después, estás perdido en este planeta, tío. Y la ansiedad que eso está causando en todos ustedes, en toda la gente, no vale la pena. No lo hagan. De corazón se los digo, no lo hagan. El título de este video es Estamos llegando al final. Y la cosa, no los quiero, por supuesto, nunca los quiero espantar, no les quiero dar ansiedad de nada. Si algo así les estoy generando con estos videos, dejen de verme, por favor. De nuevo, no hago una gran vida de YouTube, esto es simplemente porque me encanta hablar como pendejo. Y aparte, lo que es hoy, ¿no? Que tenemos el casino, el tío Salo, ahorita a punto de comenzar, es de mis cosas favoritas de hacer en este planeta, poder gastarme 4 horas con ustedes, con Alex, con Farhan, poder ver lo que están pensando, viendo las tablas, analizando todo, para después poder exprimir jugo de este limón, ¿no? Delicioso. Eso es algo que me encanta, entonces no crean que me están apoyando en lo que sea, se les aprecia, pero si les estoy causando ansiedad con estas cosas que estamos platicando, les estoy dando miedo de alguna forma u otra, dejen de ver esto, no vale la pena verlo, no lo vale para ustedes y tampoco para mí, no es el objetivo. A lo que estamos llegando al fin, a lo que podríamos estar llegando a la recta final, en mi opinión, es justamente el consumo falso. ¿Y a qué me refiero con consumo falso? Es básicamente todo el choro de los aranceles, ¿no? Que empieza con los aranceles y que no termina porque podemos agregar inflación y todo esto. Como todos ustedes saben, les han vendido una gran historia de que va a regresar la inflación. Va a regresar la inflación, va a venir con todo por estos aranceles de Trump. Las empresas no tienen de otra más que subir sus precios y toda la gente se los va a comer. Ahora, esto es real en ciertas cosas, pero esto es una subida de precios puntual, ¿no? La inflación, cuando vino el 2020, y recordemos que una de las partes más chidas de este juego económico es que la gente no se acuerda de nada, nada. Entonces no se acuerdan cómo pasó la inflación del 2020, que solamente fue hace 5 años, no se acuerdan para nada. Es gradual, es pum, 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 en todo. En ese escenario donde hay más dinero en el sistema, no dejan de subir los precios porque la gente tiene todo este dinero para desperdiciar. Y esto que estamos viviendo ahorita es una subida de precio. ¿Cuánto es el arancel? Es esto, y es la subida de precio, ¿no? Y ahora me van a decir muchos, pero eso sí es inflación. Es inflacionario, pero hasta que te das cuenta de que no va a ser sustentable. No puede ser sustentable esta inflación de un putazo para arriba de precios. Y les voy a explicar el por qué. Venimos ya del 2020, al final del 2025, una economía que literalmente había caído en negocios por ahí de 20% a 20 a 30%. Estamos viendo una baja de eso, de consumo. Y podría ser porque estamos sacando a los inmigrantes, porque hay una gran parte de gente en este país que no tiene papeles y que dijo, güey, a la verga me voy a ir a esconder, no quiero tener nada que ver con este pedo, ¿no? Porque es bastante preocupante y más que respetable. Entonces, por X o por Y estamos viendo una baja en consumo. También puede ser que les están cobrando los préstamos estudiantiles, están cobrando hipotecas, están cobrando rentas, están cobrando deudas, están demandando las tarjetas de crédito a las personas, etcétera, ¿no? Y en lo que está pasando todo esto, tenemos una baja en consumo y luego Donald Trump empieza a negociar los aranceles. Para la gente que no sepa y que le guste algo de historia, que por cierto, también difícil buscar cosas reales por ahí, pero los 1920 cacho, cuando empezó la Gran Depresión, al final de todo el movimiento, cuando empieza el movimiento agresivo de depresión, entramos en una guerra de aranceles. ¿Y por qué? Porque te metes a renegociar con todo el mundo para que los precios cambien, se ajusten, cadenas de producción se ajusten, en lo que no puede cargar el consumo, la inflación. ¿Ya qué me refiero con esto? Que si precios suben, pero la gente no tiene dinero, porque de nuevo, el principio de inflación y de precios subiendo no es simplemente porque a alguien se le ocurra, voy a subir de precio mi producto, porque si no todos seríamos genios y haríamos una fortuna vendiendo cosas. La gente tiene que estar dispuesta a pagarlo y tiene que poder pagarlo para que eso sea algo que vaya a continuar a través del tiempo. Entonces, en ese entonces estaba yéndose la economía a la mierda, ya lo vieron, fue la Gran Depresión, y lo que hicieron fue, vamos a meternos en una guerra de aranceles con todo el mundo para poder reestructurar cómo trabaja Estados Unidos con todos los demás y todo el mundo entre sí mismo. Y se hizo. Y eso no causó inflación, estabas en la Gran Depresión. Estamos en un pedo más o menos igual, no es la Gran Depresión, definitivamente, pero estamos en un pedo donde la baja económica es suficiente para poder castigar ese tipo de incrementos de precio. Y ahora, lo que estamos viendo es que hay muchas personas muy inteligentes que, en serio, se quedaron con su dinero y que dijeron, güey, yo me voy a esperar a que bajen los tipos, voy a comprar casa, voy a comprar coche, voy a comprar todo lo que quiera cuando pase. Yo soy uno de esos pendejos que está esperando, ¿no? Porque veo que el dinero está caro, no me interesa comprar dinero en este momento. Y yo sé que eso suena raro para mucha gente, pero si estás hablando oye, brother, estás hablando de tipos, ¿no? De cuánto van a subir las tasas el Fed y no entiendes que es dinero barato, cuánto cuesta comprar dinero y cuánto cuesta cuando está barato. ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué estás haciendo, cabrón? Organiza tus ideas. Eh, entonces, en este momento tenemos a mucha gente como yo que está esperando, pero brillantemente la administración y Estados Unidos, como siempre, y tenemos que aplaudirle a los viejitos porque son unos cracks en poder crear todas estas situaciones y todas estas cosas que se están dando, lo que hicieron fue darle pomo a la gente para comprar. Entonces, ¿qué fue la primera idea que les metieron a todos? Va a venir otra vez otro putazo de inflación al alza. Es la primera cosa que les dijeron a todos y que los convencieron a todos. Y ahora, ¿por qué es importante eso? Porque si le dices a todo el mundo, güey, la inflación va a subir, todos los precios van a subir de todo, y estás esperando a comprar porque va a estar más barato, ¿qué vas a hacer? No, ya voy a comprar, ¿no? Entonces te convencieron que la inflación iba a regresar y que los aranceles la iban a causar y que esto iba a causar más. Ahora, todo el mundo está preocupado por inflación y esto se los he dicho sin parar y no voy a parar de esto. Y al mismo tiempo quieren que bajen tipos. Ustedes hagan sentido de ese pedo. No tiene sentido alguno, ¿no? Pero estamos hablando de eso en lo que también todo el mundo está panicado por inflación. No sientan ese pánico, por el amor de Dios. Entiendan que esto es la recta final. La recta final de estas subidas de precio antes de que se tengan que ajustar a la baja. Y la razón por qué es, lo hicieron con vamos a empezar con algo sencillo. Empieza en la industria de mi mujer, que son importaciones de ropa o de telas textiles de China, sobre todo. Una gran parte de Estados Unidos importa textiles de China. Y lo que hicieron todos es, güey, nadie está comprando mi ropa. Tengo un chingo de inventario, pero me están diciendo que si voy a comprar ahorita, mis precios no van a subir. Entonces me voy a adelantar y voy a comprar aún más inventario que no puedo vender. Bien, fueron y compraron a ese precio o compraron un poco más caro, etcétera, y se llenaron de inventario. Luego vinieron y le dijeron a la gente de los coches, güey, tú que te estás esperando comprar un coche, van a subir los precios, ven y cómpralo de una vez y hasta descuento te vamos a dar, porque todo el mundo sabe que las agencias de coches están llenas de ángeles. Si pudieras entrar a una agencia de coches ahorita, te sanarían espiritualmente, porque todos los vendedores de coches, todo el mundo sabe lo mucho que a ellos les importa la gente que camina a una agencia y nunca les van a querer ver la cara de pendejos. Es sarcasmo para los que no entiendan sarcasmo, porque yo sé que hay muchos que no entienden sarcasmo. Entonces, engañaron a todo el mundo de, güey, ven a comprar el coche de una vez y dieron descuento tras descuento tras descuento. Los precios de los coches no han subido un pito, un pito, un pito. Los nuevos tienen descuentos en todos lados. Bien, después engañaron a la gente, bueno, están en el proceso ahorita de, güey, ven a comprar un coche eléctrico porque se va a acabar el incentivo en septiembre 30 y los precios van a subir. ¿Qué estaba pasando antes de que anunciaran que se iba a acabar el incentivo de los coches eléctricos? No todo el mundo estaba diciendo, los coches eléctricos ya valieron verga, van a desaparecer, nadie está comprando un coche eléctrico y por eso están tan baratos. Y ahora hay una cola de 2 meses para comprar un modelo Y de Tesla. Y ahorita que acaba de salir el Performance, que por cierto, lo amo. Pero mi vieja odia el modelo Y, pero yo lo amo. Ese es un problema grande en esta familia, señores. Un problema grande en esta familia. Las estupideces, ¿no? Entonces, todo el mundo ahora que estaba esperándose a comprar un coche eléctrico porque estaba esperando a que todo bajara, fueron a comprar un coche eléctrico y ahora hay una cola gigantesca. Lo mismo están haciendo con los relojes suizos. Le están diciendo a todo el mundo en lo que están viendo todos los precios de todos los relojes yéndose a la mierda. Güey, vean, con los aranceles ahora el precio va a subir. Y ahora todos están yendo a comprar relojes con precios más altos suizos. Es impresionante. Pero tenemos que estar ya entrando en la recta final de esto. ¿Qué tantas cosas pueden inventar más de esto? Ahora, si salen e inventan más cosas para que la gente vaya a gastar, olvídenlo y esto va a continuar. Pero esto tiene que ser la recta final. Esto es la última sacada de dinero de toda esta gente que había ahorrado su lana y que dijo, no la voy a gastar. También convencieron a gente a ir a comprar casa porque iban a subir los precios cuando bajen los tipos. Ahora, entiendo, toda la gente muy brillante, todos, 99% de la gente a quien le preguntes, pregúntale a quien sea, ¿qué pasa cuando bajan los tipos en el mercado inmobiliario? Todos los cracks que nunca han comprado una casa, pero han visto todos los segmentos de CNN, MSNBC, todo esto, te van a decir que los precios van a subir. Todos. Pero aquí estoy yo de pendejo. Pero recuerden, yo no he visto estos segmentos en la tele, entonces yo no sé de lo que estoy hablando. Yo solamente invertí y me hice millones de dólares en el mercado inmobiliario del 2010 al 2022, 23, pero yo no he visto los segmentos, entonces yo no estoy tan bien informado como todos los demás. Lo que va a pasar, de acuerdo a mí, al güey que no está informado, es en cuanto bajen los tipos, vamos a ver una ola de inventario brutal entrar al mercado y va a hacer que los precios bajen. Porque la gente cuando tiene miedo, el miedo es contagioso y es lo que buscamos, ¿no? Una vez que ves que el vecino, que nadie puede vender su casa, todos la pusimos a la venta al mismo tiempo y que un vecino la vendió por 30% menos que todos y ese güey sí la vendió, a otro vecino se le va a ocurrir la misma idea. Y luego tú vas a decir, a la verga, güey, si tengo que bajar 30, voy a bajar 35 para que nadie me gane. Y así empieza, es lo que pasó idéntico en el 2008, donde todo el mundo decíamos, no, nunca van a bajar los precios. Ahí estamos en este momento. Entonces estamos entrando en la recta final. Si has sido paciente, si te has esperado, no la cagues todavía, no la cagues, no te van a ganar los precios para arriba, no hay nada. Amén, una vez más, todo esto cambiaría si nos anuncian que nos van a mandar millones de dólares a todos en la casa. Si eso llega a pasar, olviden lo que estoy diciendo, porque eso me pasó en el 2019 a 2020. 2019 dije, güey, la economía está yendo a la verga, los precios de los coches están empezando a ser castigados, etcétera. Y vino un encierro que nos dio trillones de dólares. Lo que aprendí es, si viene otra cosa que nos da trillones de dólares, simplemente apuesta de ese lado entonces. Pero por ahora no hay nada de eso. Así que mantengan el ojo, ya estamos por ahí en la recta final de todo este pedo. Y lo raro es que está coincidiendo con todas mis fechas, que también es de sería mucha suerte ya, pero todo esto ha pasado este año, así que es bastante raro y lo voy a seguir tomando por lo que es, ¿no? Da igual, pero interesantes cosas que vamos a ver. Y para todo el mundo que cree que les están dando miedo de que van a subir los tipos y van a subir los intereses, no es cierto tampoco, esa es una estupidez gigantesca. Si no, toda la gente está rogando que bajen tipos porque no les alcanza para nada. No tienen que subir tipos la Reserva Federal, eso es completamente estúpido. En mi opinión, por supuesto. Y ya, es todo. Eso de los shocks inflacionarios que vienen, de que, güey, por esto y van a tener que subir tipo, es la mentira más grande del mundo. Ya vimos el tope de los tipos. Le intenté apostar a un güey acá en X, $250,000 a que nos lo subían, pero no me quiso tomar la apuesta. Manejo un fondo y es uno de los peores, güey, es uno de los peores inversores que he visto en mi vida. Apostó que agosto iba a ser el mes más bajista del planeta. De los peores. Entonces dije, este es dinero gratis. Le dije, porque cuesta manejar un fondo, un ETF al año, $250,000. Le digo, te apuesto el costo del manejo de uno de tus ETFs a que no suben tipos más. Entonces vamos a ver si hubiera perdido esa apuesta o si no. Ahí la vamos a dejar. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos al casino del tío Salo que viene. Ahora sí, Alex y Paren los tenemos acá. Estos para poder hacer esto. Déjenme asegurarme que mis audífonos estén conectados perfecto para cuando lleguen. Y también quiero recordarles a todos ustedes que estoy regalando $8,000 ya el 1 de septiembre. Esto va a ser anunciado el ganador, es agosto 29, 30, no sé si hay 31 y luego el 1 de septiembre. 1 de septiembre voy a anunciar al ganador de estos $8,000. Lo único que tienes que hacer es registrarte en mi sitio web, salovisa.com. Es gratis, 5 boletos, 5 entradas, mejores entradas de las que te da tu pinche vieja esa la que te gusta en la secundaria. Por cierto, si te gusta una vieja y estás como pendejo por ella, entiende esto. Si le tiras demasiado el pedo, ellas mismas se crean una inseguridad de yo no quiero que sepa lo imperfecta que soy y nunca te van a pelar. Lo aprendí a putazos. Solamente lo quiero decir para toda la gente que necesite ayuda por ese departamento. No soy uno de esos güeyes que dicen, güey, así es como deberías de salir con una vieja, aunque te vean guapo, la verga, no tengo nada de idea de eso, pero aprendí de mis errores, definitivamente. Solamente tienen que entender eso. Vámonos como de que no. Oigan, y por cierto, les digo, esto que he estado haciendo para poder volverme un mucho mejor inversor, y lo han visto ustedes en vivo y en directo, y también trader, es simplemente aprender TA, análisis técnico básico. Si no vas a hacer trading y solamente quieres invertir, quieres aprender tu análisis técnico básico y también entender que 95% de las veces la gran mayoría siempre está equivocada. Entonces no tienes que ver las noticias, simplemente ve dónde está todo el mundo apostando y quieres esperar a que el otro lado tome control. Ahí es donde quieres entrar. De eso se trata todo mi plan y es lo que ha funcionado perfecto y es lo que quiero traer a todos ustedes. Vámonos en vivo y en directo. Los quiero invitar a todos los que quieran aprender o que estén también invirtiendo, haciendo trading sobre todo. Caigan en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Es absolutamente gratis. No tienen absolutamente nada que temer. Es completamente gratis para todos ustedes. Y lo importante acá es, tienen los análisis directos. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, por cierto, en Discord. Odio Discord, es uno de los peores. Yo estoy seguro que Discord, si existiera el diablo y el infierno, lo hubieran inventado ellos, se los juro por mi vida. Yo creo que Discord lo inventaron nuestros políticos, para que entiendan, ¿no? Para que todo el mundo esté bien emputado todo el tiempo. Tienes acá los análisis de Alex, tienes acá los análisis de Farhan. Más abajo, justamente acá tenemos Criptolingo, por supuesto, que son todas las abreviaciones de todo en español y en inglés. Si algo no entiendes, aquí está el lenguaje de cripto. Y si todavía no lo entiendes es porque no entiendes los fundamentos y el lenguaje de esto. Y tenemos nuestro curso que es bastante sencillo, de 1 hora 40 minutos, entiendes todo este pedo. No te vuelve un genio, pero entiendes mínimo todos los significados de esto. En el chat general siempre es bueno caerle, dar una vuelta, a ver qué es lo que estamos platicando todos, cómo estamos viendo el mercado. Muchos cracks por acá, el gran Mango, también Tomatito que anda por ahí. Ultrabot, siempre lo vemos por acá. ¿Cómo estás, mi hermano? Muy buenos días. Delgado, Sai, todos. Vamos a ver cómo exactamente apoyarnos en lo que está pensando la gente, en cómo estamos viendo todo, ¿no? Siempre es bueno tener otra perspectiva y no pensar que siempre vas a estar en lo correcto tú solo. También puedes venir a compartir si has estado ganando, perdiendo. Canito, felicidades con este 423% en tu 500X. Hijos de puta, güey, están locos, cabrones. Esto es muy ETA, por cierto, que es el E-Trading Academy. Muy ETA usar el apalancamiento más potente de todo el planeta. 379%, una mamada. Tomatito, ya dijimos, ya tenemos una solución para todos tus problemas. Tal vez no con BTCC que te vayan a ayudar, pero tenemos un short. Ahí está. 1951% solamente se llevó Tomatito en este short de 500X. Güey, eres un monstruo, cabrón. Estoy convencido que este güey, que Tomatito, eres Nancy Pelosi. No te hagas pendeja. Dime si eres la tía Nancy Pelosi. Necesito saberlo. Porque no hay forma alguna que esto sea real, es una mamada. Pero pues aquí tienen el Discord del E-Trading Academy. Si quieren aprender a tradear futuros como es lo que hacemos nosotros, güey, le quiero hacer un corto y un largo a Bitcoin o acciones también, vengan a nuestro sitio web, es absolutamente gratis. Le picas en tutos, aquí en la parte de arriba, te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Esto lo voy a refrescar esta semana. Ahora que tengo el fin de semana largo, les voy a poner, porque estamos haciendo, traemos un nuevo exchange para sustituir a BTCC con sus pendejadas por estúpidos. Y nos van a dar, ya saben, incentivos para cambiar todos nuestros fondos ahí, etcétera. Y lo recomendaría mucho, pero todos los exchanges de futuros funcionan igual. Entonces, viendo este video de 5 minutos, te va a enseñar cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo transferir dinero dentro de tu cuenta, cómo abrir un largo, cómo abrir un corto, cómo hacer trade. Y aquí tienes el enlace directo. También tienes el enlace aquí abajo para Bluffing, para BTCC, que es Bluffing es un exchange de futuros, tal cual cripto, hacer largos, cortos, ¿no? Y también puedes comprar en spot, pero no lo recomendaría aquí. Literalmente, mejor toma tus criptos siempre en tu cartera fría por cualquier cosa. Lo que yo diría es, si quieren entrar a esto, Bluffing es buenísimo, tiene un excelente app. Tienen hasta 150X en apalancamiento, que si no eres experto y no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no te metas en pedos, por el amor de Dios. Y también tienen simuladores de trading, así que todo lo que están aprendiendo acá lo pueden usar gratis sin gastar un centavo. Por favor, no caigan en mamadas. También tenemos BTCC, el enlace está aquí abajo. BTCC es lo mismo que esto, pero también tiene acciones y oro. La aplicación no es buena, se tarda muchísimo. Y pues, ya saben, lo de los torneos de trading que se maman con sus pendejadas y ahora quieren, en fin, da igual. Pero tienen hasta 500X de apalancamiento. Así que para la gente más degenerada como Tomatito, que está haciendo pinches shorts de 500X, ahí lo están viendo cómo funciona la cosa. ¿Y qué más tenemos? También vamos a tener abajo el enlace para el nuevo exchange del que vamos a estar platicando la próxima semana. Así que ahí lo tienen, así súper fácil. Vamos a empezar esto. Voy a traer aquí a estos cracks. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos and chamacos. Doing well. How about you?
What's going on? What's going on with these crypto markets?
This Bitcoin thing is an absolute fucking piece of shit. It front ran our short by like a couple $100.
Yeah.
Just a couple $100.
Yeah, it really did. I sold my long that I had from the bottom at 13,100. Very happy with it, but I didn't go short.
Yeah, that was a good
close.
that. I mean, it was smart front running it. You went to like 113.5, 113.6.
Yeah.
And then dumped. So, yeah, now
which is what no one was expecting. That meme line, dude, that green meme line, he's powerful. Yeah. It's the most powerful meme line right now on the charts. Let's see what you guys have.
Honestly, yeah, I really thought we were gonna hit 114s. I thought at least we were gonna hit like 114.1 to like 114.2. Didn't even get it.
It's unreal. Yeah. I mean, I was going for the same thing. To be honest with you, you guys know I trade like a pussy. And that's kind of like what helped me out. I was like, I'm too scared. I'm just going to fucking sell right now that I'm in profit. Made a couple G's. I was like, smart. I'm good. And it worked out. But again, I'm not going to make the big money like that. I'm just being a fucking gigantic vagina. Either way.
But hey, you won't be round tripping.
Yeah, consistent. That's nice.
It does feel good. Yeah, dude, take $500, $1,000, $2,000 a day. At the end of the month, it can turn into a pretty good amount, you know?
It
Because
doesn't,
those
it
wins
doesn't
are
feel
just
too
like
good.
they can be quick. It can be like an hour trade can do like that, and you're done.
And then
That's all good.
And then imagine at the end of the month where you're counting up everything you've round tripping. Like, damn, I would have made like 27K if I just took that money instead of round tripping it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the nice feeling of it. So, sir, show us what's going on with the Bitcoin, por favor, while I do some push-ups.
We'll start. We'll
Thank
start
you.
with the daily on Bitcoin. Hey, at least you had your coffee today, so you can get those push-ups in.
I did, by the way. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, if I may say so myself. I can't believe how bad I felt yesterday. And again, I'm not trying to quit coffee. I'm not one of those people that's better than everyone. Literally, I just have diarrhea that won't stop because my stomach is like adjusting to working so fast. And I just I couldn't figure out anything. And then finally, someone told me, dude, it's the coffee. And I really like the moment I stopped it, it really cured it. So I was like, oh yeah, it is. But then the headache afterwards, man, I'm not drinking, I'm not smoking weed, I'm not doing anything. And none of those things really gave me any backlash. It was the coffee that fucking felt absolutely the worst by 30 miles. Insane.
Yeah, because it's physically addictive, just like cocaine.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, I can attest to that. So I went back, just drank a little bit of coffee this morning. I feel fucking great right now, so I can do my workouts.
It's a socially acceptable addiction.
Mega, by the way. No one would ever bat an eye at it. Absolutely.
Nope, alcohol and coffee are the two socially acceptable addictions.
God bless.
Used to be cigarettes, but now people hate those.
I know.
It's
Now
vapes
if they see you with a cigarette, people look down on you like instantly.
Yeah, they're like, "You're a piece of
anyone.
shit."
It can be even one of those women at Walmart that like he's on a wheelchair, that one of those little cart wheelchair that he's mega obese, and she'll even look down on you, like if you're smoking a cigarette. So no point.
Which is funny because being obese is kind of worse than
I know.
smoking cigarettes.
Oh, it's way worse. But hey, you do you, Fat Betty. Let's get it, sir.
All right, so we're going to start with the daily right now. If you notice right here, basically we are one daily close away from getting a silver cross to the downside, and this is going to confirm as long as you're closing below about $114,000. We're about like $4,000 to $5,000 away from that number right now. Very likely the silver cross is going to confirm, and whenever we do get a silver cross confirmed to the downside or the upside, we get a coinciding move that comes along with it. Like if you were to find the last silver cross right here, we had a very large move to the upside when the silver cross did confirm. Let's find one to the downside. You had a silver cross to the downside right here. You got a nice dump ski after the silver cross confirmed. Find another one. Silver cross to the upside, massive pump. Silver cross to the downside, massive dump. Another silver cross to the downside, pretty large dump. Here's a silver cross to the downside, came with a dump. Basically, every single time you get that cross, you get a volatile move in the direction of that cross. And you also have a loss of your 100 EMA right now. That also gives you a target of a downward lower to that 200 SMA. Yeah, so you have two things at this moment giving you target to that 200 SMA. First thing is the silver cross to the downside, and then the second thing is the loss of that 100 EMA. And the 200 currently sits at about $101,000, and it's ever so slightly rising with every single close. And the higher that, the more time that passes, the higher that it's going to be. Now it's already higher than our previous major low of around $98,300. So it could still put in a macro higher low, sweep these lows here, which is already done, take out the liquidity in this zone here, tap this 200, and then send it up to new all-time highs from there. Let's see the last time that we haven't actually even tested this 200 SMA since our initial breakout in around April, whenever we broke into our current all-time highs. Still have not tested that 200. And this has been very significant zone. Whenever we broke down to the $70,000 zone, this is where we were chopping around. We lost it, we rejected it, and then after we started closing above it on a solid basis, that's when we started trending to the upside. So as of this moment, we still have not tested that 200. we look at momentum, momentum is pointed heavily to the downside with volatility expanding, and we have no possibility of bullish divergence right now because we do have lower lows on momentum while price is making lower lows. You need to make higher lows on momentum with price making lower lows to give you bullish divergence. So at this point, you would need to make a lower low on price and then make a higher low on momentum. So the only way to make a possible bullish divergence is price has to go lower. Let's go to the 4 hour. 4 hours looking quite ugly as well. Getting momentum solidly to the downside. Same thing as the daily. No possibility of bullish divergence because we are making continuous lower lows on momentum. Need to make a lower low on price first to make a bullish divergence possible. And the jewel's giving you a pretty heavy sell signal right now. You're sitting right around the 88.3%, so it does make sense to bounce a little bit right over here. I don't really see you getting much higher than like 110.3, and high probability eventually you're going to come down towards that. First, a little bit of a bounce somewhere around 107s to 108s, and then eventually towards 101. 2-day as well is heavily pointed to the downside. Nope, it's making a lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence. Volatility is expanding. You got a sell signal, losing the 55 EMA. Losing the 55 would bring you down to somewhere around this 95%, which is a little bit lower than this 100. That's around like 102. I would say a little bit lower, probably tap 101. When's the last time we tested this? 100 is the same idea as the 200 on the daily, where we have initially broke above it, and we haven't tested it since. Go to the index. Index is now losing the 38.2% on the 5-day. It's losing the 21 EMA as well. If you notice, our last major low was a very strong bounce off of that 21 EMA. This is the first time we're closing below the 21 EMA since about February. And after we lost the 21, let's see how much of a move down we made. From the open, we went down another 14.5%. We bounced a little bit, 16%, and then eventually we went down about 18%. So if we were to take it from this loss of the 21 EMA, let's just be generous and assume it closes a little bit higher and take it 18% down. Oh man, that means it's very close to that 100 at around $90,000. That's a very deep pullback, and that would be very worrying because it would take out the last major low. Let's see how much of a move down it is to about 101. It's about 8%. A little bit lower to the 55 would be about 9 to 10%. Would be a little bit out of the ordinary to only go down that much. 5 days pointed downwards on momentum, also has no possibility of bullish divergence. Volatility is expanding. You've got quite the sell signal right here with the pink crossing below the yellow. This signal from when we got it was, let's see, zoom in a little bit. This was on Tuesday the 19th, right here. We've gone down about 6.5% since that signal confirmed. If we bring it to 101, that's roughly 13 to 14% since the signal confirmed. The average move is roughly somewhere between 10 to 15%, by the way. Weekly is also pointed to the downside, no possibility of bullish divergence because we are making lower lows on price. Actually, technically on the weekly, because you wouldn't use this low, you'd use this one. So weekly still has possible hidden bullish divergence. 5-day doesn't, but the weekly does. And that will be possible as long as you're closing over nice number, $101,000. So as long as you're closing over 101, you will have a possibility of hitting bullish divergence. But to confirm it, right now you got to close over about 117,630. A little difficult. 2-week is also pointed to the downside with possibility of hitting bullish divergence by taking out this low, still making a higher low as long as you're closing over 101. And the confirmation for that divergence is a little bit more difficult on this one. It's at about 124.277, which is our current all-time highs. See the jewel. Starting to lose the buy signal, switching over into neutral. As long as you are holding over this 2-week 9 EMA, which we did bottom at last time, should be more defensive if you're on the short side. If you do lose this 9 EMA, your next target is going to be the bottom 38.2%, which either way, whether you're bullish or bearish, you're likely going to get a strong bounce and a strong bounce like you did over here. From this wick low, it was this one here, about 5.2% to the close. This one went lower than the 38.2%. But this one was from the wick low to the close about 20%. Right now, the bottom 38.2% sits right around $105,000. Although I don't think it's going to bottom there. I think it's going to go to the 21 like it did this time over here. And 21 right now is sitting at around $99,000 to $100,000, and it's ever so slightly rising with every close. Monthly is now rejecting the 38.2%, making its way towards that 5 EMA. 5 right now sits at that same $105,000 zone. The more relevant zone, though, I'm thinking is going to be that 9 EMA if we do get a move to the downside. And that 9 right now is also where we bottomed at last time at our $74,000 low. But that 9 is sitting at about $99,000 to $100,000. 99 to 100,000 keeps coming back up. And as long as we're holding over 98,330, it's still going to be making a higher low. And right now on the monthly, we are forming possibility of hidden bullish divergence because we are making lower lows while we still have higher lows on price. Now we've got one, two, three, like 4 drives of possible hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. But you would have to close over 123,182 to confirm that. That would give you an easy target of hitting this median right around 159, maybe 160. And the monthly jewel is now giving you a fresh buy signal and putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. And as long as we're closing over about say 105,159, that that jewel buy signal will remain. Switch to RSI. Quarterly is also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. And as long as we're closing over about 82,567, that will be possible. Monthly still got active hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Price made a higher low, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over about 98,330. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which right now currently sits at about, actually the first one is a simple moving average, then the next one is a critical zone. Simple moving average is at about 111,550, and the critical zone is currently at about 148. Volatility is now shifted once again back below that 15%. And we close in about 2 days and 10 hours. So if you just close like this, this setup to the upside is going to be invalidated, and we're going to be looking for another volatility setup to fire off. 2 week is putting in another drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about 112,660, and that'll give you an easy target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now is at about 96,160, which will update 2 days. Would be nice to see this go to $99,000. 2 week is giving us a volatility setup. We're going to get to that in the momentum chart. Nothing on that. 5 days currently got bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below 117,440. Next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 106, 120, and then the bearish control zone, which currently sits at 91.3. This will update in 4 days. Nothing. Interesting. Daily's bullish divergence is now being invalidated. And 4 hours got fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 110,335. Next target is the bearish control zone, which is currently not that much lower at 108,250, but the relevant number is the critical zone, which right now is at 98,840. Very close to that 99,000 area. And it would still technically be a higher low because 98,330 is our current low. Quarterly momentum is still pointed to the upside with volatility expanding, and is going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over 109,150, which we are now below. If quarterly momentum does flip down, that is going to be one of the most worrying signs that we've seen this entire bull market, or whatever you want to call it, because momentum has been pointed up on the quarterly since about October of 2023. We haven't flipped down since October of 2023. Even when we had these corrections, you want to say crash, of about 33%, and then we corrected / crashed, say about 32%, momentum stayed to the upside. So if momentum flips down, it's going to be similar to one of these moves where we corrected / crashed to about 63%. And then this time here, when we flip momentum down, we corrected / crashed 84%. So it is diminishing with each one. So it went from 84 to 63. let's say that this one is about like 50. Brings us to somewhere between $60,000 and let's do 45 at about $69,000. $69,000 is a very nice area. That is our previous macros 2021 cycle high. And I'm pretty sure the number that I'm seeing more so go around on Twitter for bear market, if you guys have seen it, is the $74,000 area, because that was our cycle, our all-time high before consolidation in 2024. Imagine it just smashes through that one and goes to 68, 69, and then bottoms there. 69 would be a perfect number. 69,420.
Written in the stars.
Next bear market bottom, you heard it here, 69,420.
Would not surprise me at this point.
In some exchanges, 69,420 was the top.
That SR flips.
On
That'd be funny.
No, it is the strongest support ever. 69,420.
Imagine putting that limit bid in. 69,420.
Michael Saylor puts in a buy for $5 billion at 69,420.
On 69x leverage for the culture, of course.
Sitting there on his Binance account on the toilet on his iPhone.
Targeting 169,000.
So 169 million.
Oh yeah, my bad.
So on the monthly, speaking of that volatility setup, we have now shifted down below that 15%. So in about 2 days and 10 hours, this will invalidate, but it's not going to give us setup to the downside. All it's going to do is tell us that we're looking for volatility to start expanding again, and then we have to look where momentum is. Right now, momentum is going to remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 95,600, and you're putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low, which has been confirmed. So even if we do invalidate this setup, as of right now on the monthly, it's still leaning towards the bulls. But if this pivot goes up a lot on this monthly close, that'll change things. 2 week is currently flipped to the downside with the volatility setup firing off. It did confirm over that 15%, and momentum is currently pointed down as long as you're closing below 118,900. And if you see how much we have gone down since that volatility expansion, let's see. About 7.5% so far. Let's take the last one to the downside. We haven't had a downside one in a while. I think it was this one that gave us the volatility expansion. Yeah. Oh, good Lord, 45%. That doesn't look like that much in the chart. This one. About 24%. This one. No, that was to the upside. Zoom in a little bit. Which one gave us the expansion? No, I think it was this one that needed the expansion. Yeah. It's about 27%, very close to 24. Let's take somewhere between 24 and 27 from the expansion. $89,000 and 27, about $84,000. Let's forget that we saw those numbers because that would take out this previous low. At that point, you're likely testing these lows, and I see it difficult to bounce at that zone. I feel like you're going to be going down to that 200, somewhere around 53, but this will slowly rise, and my bias is somewhere around 60s. But if you get one of those 2021 type moves, you just go straight to 53 in probably the next 6 to 8 weeks. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside as well with bearish divergence, very close to getting a weekly volatility set up, and you're going to be pointed down below 121.350. 5-day also flipping to the downside with bearish divergence, volatility at extreme lows, and you're going to be flipped down below 118.700. 2-day as well, flipping to the downside with the 2-day volatility setup now firing off for many periods of 0% volatility. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 112,450. And you tried to flip up over here and rejected getting into the bullish control zone. If we were to see the last time a 2-day setup fired off to the downside, let's see this one here. Started expansion after this candle. That brought us down about 11%. Here's one right here. About 15%. Go one more. This was to the upside. Oops. There's one to the downside. There's one right there. Volatility expansion after that one. From the open, about 19%. Let's take it from here. Which one gave us volatility expansion? That. Currently down about 3.78%. Let's take it about 14%. $95,000. 18%, $91,000, and it brings us perfectly to that 200 SMA. Very interesting. Maybe we're going to get a deeper pullback than we thought, but the worrying thing is you're taking out that previous major low. Daily also freshly flipped to the downside with fresh volatility expansion now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 110,800. And 4 hours even flipped to the downside with volatility expansion. And you're going to be flipped down with a drip of death as long as you're closing below $111,900. Or a little bit lower. Oh, even the 2 hours flipped to the downside with volatility expansion. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 109,200. So on the higher time frames, it is still looking bullish with holding over every one of your major EMAs. When you do stay away from the 5 EMA for a good amount of time, it does like to reconnect with the 5 before it busts up to new highs. Like you can see it right over here, reconnected, and then it busted up. It's more so the 9, it likes to reconnect and then it busts up. Right now, that's sitting somewhere around like $99,000. Momentum is still flipped up on the monthly as long as you're closing above about 95,600. Monthly still has hidden bullish divergence on the RSI and the stochastic, although the bearish side is that the 2-week is firing off a volatility setup, which would bring us to very low levels, and it would take out, unless it did a lesser move than it does in the past, it would take out our previous major low, which would then be very worrying for testing somewhere around the $70,000 zone. And at that point, I find it very difficult to see it bouncing. And your momentum is now currently flipped down on basically every one of your medium to low term timeframes, all the way from the 2-week down to the 2-hour. Kind of does look like you're going to be approaching somewhere around 107 to low $108,000 for maybe a little bit of a bounce, but somewhere around like the next zone I'm thinking is going to be around $101,000 to $100,000 for the next major bounce for that psychological level. And if we don't end up reclaiming about $112,000 from that bounce, I do think we're going to go lower, so somewhere around that $91,000 area, and that's going to be basically the I don't think it's going to bounce that area, but it is possible. It is possible it could bounce from there and then end up reclaiming 112. I just don't think so. I think the area where they need bulls are going to need to hold is somewhere around $99,000 to avoid breaking that 98,330 low. And if we can hold that area, then all nice and dandy. We put in some more hidden bullish divergence, and then we can zoom it up to new all-time highs. But as of this moment, it is looking quite bearish. You're getting volatility setups across the board with momentum to the downside. And it does look like you're going to be running the current lows and testing somewhere around that 101 area at a minimum.
Very nice. There's so much hopium with that $114,000. Bulls were unable to make the cut. This was a very big spot for us. Logically, it made sense. I mean, above 112,000 gave you that move up to that 114,200. There's where we were watching for a major rejection. Now, this is a good reminder that, with volatile assets like Bitcoin, you can very well front run spots, and it doesn't always have to be exactly what, you may, like what we may cook up or want, essentially. That's how markets are. And so going into today, we have a major red dildo. We've taken out the low that we formed on August 26th. And there's a lot of bulls feeling trapped, and there's a lot of bears getting FOMO. For me now, moving forward, we're just simply waiting. Same criteria here with the daily EMA 100. I know it seems repetitive, but even if you're looking at the daily in a downtrend with a consistent lower highs and lower lows, you've just officially made a new lower low. So even if you get a daily close, this daily close gives you a move up, you rally up to the daily EMA 100, you still should be gauging this spot as the positioning zone. It worked out well for us to position long. Okay, cool. We had a nice move up. It got sold off ever so slightly before hitting $114,000. And so now it's the same criteria, just to the opposite end. I mean, if we lose the daily EMA 100, we also lose that $110,000 region, which was acting as support, but we should be gauging the spot to maybe short into that region, targeting lower. For me, lower is right into that daily SMA 200. It's a big spot. You haven't really tested that since we got back above it here in April. So it's a major zone for me. Excuse me, moving forward. Now we need to respect the levels. So how I'm viewing it is 109,300 is the extremity low. This is the spot that you need to defend in order to kind of avoid a breakdown. We saw that $109,000 resistance act, very strong to the downside. Anytime Bitcoin would rally up to that, you'd see major moves down. Now, often more than not, Bitcoin would then make a move all the way back down to around that $103,000 region from this zone. We were gauging this as just a range. I mean, before we broke out, this was the range. You can just see here. You can draw little lines for the lower time frame, but that 109,300 flipped into resistance acts just like that, all while $103,000 acts as support. Now, this is lined up nicely with our daily SMA 200. How my system works is simply if you lose the daily EMA 100, this opens up an aggressive short rule as long as you stay under it, and then you logically need to target the SMA 200. This worked out really nicely. You were getting big bounces off the daily EMA 100. Within this range here, you were holding pretty nicely. And then you got a nice red dildo down. It's like today, right? Breakdown, took the lows out. And then into the following day, this is where you need to watch for that aggressive lower high and potentially bearish retest, giving you a pretty easy move back down to the SMA 200. So that's an actionable setup on today's close that I'm going to be watching very carefully because, well, I saw the reaction off that EMA 100. It gave us a new high. We've been kind of chopping around that zone. So if we do end up making a move all the way back down to around that below $100,000 range, I will be looking at this as, the next bounce zone. But even if the SMA 200 wasn't here, why would we be gauging the lower 100K as the next bounce zone? Well, you have to think of it like this. If the daily EMA 100 gets lost today, that's like the first point for bears gaining control. Then you go to your weekly and you're like, yeah, you've lost your weekly 9. Why do I look at the weekly 9? Well, if we go back to the beginning of this bull market, I mean, you saw this weekly 9 hold pretty nicely as support. It really wasn't until you lost the weekly 9 where, yeah, you'd still move up, but you'd often get chop and downside. To get those busting action moves to the upside, you need to reclaim that weekly EMA 9. Each time that occurs and you hold it, often leads to expansion. And again, that just plays into exactly why we were watching this region carefully at $114,000. You did have that weekly 9 lined up nicely right around that region. Now with Bitcoin moving down, this will naturally move that weekly EMA 9 down, which, can help bulls in the long run. But when you're viewing this on the daily, you already see that the weekly has lost support and the weekly 9. Well, why we're gauging lower $100,000 region is simply then going to the monthly. You're going to notice here that for multiple months, you haven't tested this monthly 9. So going to your daily, weekly, and now your monthly, you have to logically say, well, yeah, I mean, if you start breaking down the daily, the weekly, only logical spot now is to just simply look at your extremity, your macro low, which is often brought by your monthly 9, which I'll keep repeating myself until we lose it, is always that spot that, well, in this bull market, whenever you get aggressive dumps down, it often feels like it's so over, it's so over, cycle's done. But this is why we have our criteria for the market. And well, as long as you do stay above that monthly 9, you really can't be talking about it being over. Now, you can talk about aggressive dumps to the monthly 9 that lead to major flush outs that give you 20% pullbacks, perfectly fine, and totally in favor of what we've seen before. I mean, I'll just look at it again. This was a 22% from wick low, 33%. So, I mean, I remember when we aggressively we're looking for, maybe not here. Yeah, here, shorts. We came down, hit the 50K. No, I think it was here in this region. Low 107,000 before we went to that $74,000 region. This was a very aggressive dump, 32%. And I remember once we got to this point here, which was, again, the monthly 9, this is when people have to get max bearish. Because in order to get to that monthly 9, you have to dump bigly. And what you've noticed is you've just been consistently forming higher lows off that. So that can preface maybe into September where we're like, okay, we're gauging today. We were having a long bias. It made sense to me to get some kind of bounce exactly where we were. We did get that bounce. It just could not go to that short zone. 114,000 was a big short zone for me. That was a major level. Front running that now is a major sign of weakness. And that just needs to be looked at, just that. Not getting to that $114,000, not putting in the bearish retest is max weakness for me. And now we're starting to see the effects of that on a major red dildo in the early mornings. No FOMO, though. I mean, there really is no FOMO. You can say aggressive shorts are going to look for a short here into today's close. In my experience, it's often you'll blow those shorts out, come right up to that daily EMI 100. We're so back, and people then get bullish when you just grind out a lower high. Trend still, plays hand in here. You've just been making lower highs, so I don't think shorting a lower low is wise. Never is often. Should just be gauging that easy trade. You'll have that daily 9 and most likely that EMA 100 lined up within the next day or two. So again, just giving you more confluence of, well, that idea, because that daily 9's kind of been that rejection spot, was the last time. So no need to overcomplicate things. It's very crucial to be paying attention because, going into September, you still have very high time frame volatility setups, as Farin mentioned. And you definitely as a bull don't want to start seeing these fire off to the downside, because, well, then that could be a major shift in structure overall, and the higher time frames could be telling you that, yeah, things are rolling over here. You don't want to be the last person to the party. When the music stops, it's often not fun. Everyone's going home. All the pretty girls are gone. You don't want to be the last guy there. And so if the charts are telling us potentially to be paying attention going into September, we have to respect that. And so today, going into today, the first sign will be formed, which will be on this daily close. EMA 100, if we're not going to chop, which I always will preface because, well, she likes to chop, you should get follow through. You're either going to expand up from the EMA 100, similar to what you had here. You don't often play around this EMA 100 in trending markets. You either move up or you move down. Anytime you kind of move around it's just chop. So if you are bearish here, you're just looking at this as confirmation, lower high, lower low, and now you're gearing up for that mega short zone right off that daily EMA 100, a zone no one's really talking about. This bias of using the daily EMA 100 may seem repetitive, but it saves you a lot of time and effort on longs in this zone here. All right, when you're just going down, you're making major moves up, trapping, peeps. You're going up 21% or so back, and then you're like, well, you didn't really close above that 34, so it's not in a buy trigger. Yeah, you did reclaim that EMA 100. Watch the throwback. Okay, cool. Major dump. You just, again, are playing your EMA 100 rule. Major short, stop loss here. Again, this would have then just prevented you from getting chopped out, playing exactly what you know and having a super brainless blind short. So this is why it may seem repetitive that we talk about these moving averages, but in the midst of like those volatility times, they really do become your friend. So when we're going into today, that is something I'm watching very carefully. If we are going to be very bearish, you should get that move up, lower high. And it should be a tap and go scenario. You all saw the reaction of when you didn't lose it, which was here. And you did get a nice bounce from that point. So this can just tell you that, yeah, under it equals a short and above equals a long. As simple as that. Longs, you have to be more cautious of the rejection zone, which we were. And shorting really does seem like you're potentially about to bigly break down from here. You do see this range, this gap down. So losing this 1093 will then, to me, open up that 106K region, which in itself, let's see how big of a range that is. Nice. It's about a 2.95%, almost 3%. And are we going to be convinced 106K will hold? We're going to bottom there? No, probably not. It probably just gives you that lower high bounce again. You really can't be talking about a bigger bounce until you, at very minimum, hit that SMA 200 on the daily. Because here, this will provide a gray zone for bulls. Once you lose this daily EMA 100, it's just going to be kind of like a free ride down at this point, all while bulls are going to get chopped out. It's the same thing you saw with bears. But when you're in super trending markets, the ranges are really respected. You just end up going to the next level, forming structure, and then moving up. So in this scenario, why can't you still, go up to the levels, form bearish structure, and move down? I mean, that's generally what does occur in, when we're bearish on Bitcoin. We just keep doing that, respecting the lower highs. It's not really until you start shifting where you can maybe go up. But again, no buy trigger as long as you're under all those major moving averages. So as of now, this seems like the more likely scenario. Going into this week, we had a bullish bias on Bitcoin. That seems like it's quickly diminishing now. And I feel like we're front running this level. Again, 9 hours is a long time. So the only way that we don't go short on Bitcoin is essentially getting a buyback and closing today back around $111,000 flat. But you just got to get back above the daily EMA 100. If you can do that, then great. This will start looking a little better, but a little better, right? It is very well then could just SFP, and then maybe you form that lower high, a little more higher. Let me delete this, clear it up, make this white. So I mean, like, yeah, it just maybe is in a, it averts a breakdown. But if you do close under it today, then yeah, this will trigger a breakdown, and we need to watch the next daily candle and going into the weekend. So that's Bitcoin. That's what I'm watching very carefully. We also have that bi-monthly. I'll quickly look at that. Yeah, not a good sign. Let me delete this or go to CME. It'll be better. Not a good sign. I mean, this looks like a top candle. It's looking like an evening star on the bi-monthly. This gives you, this is giving bears confluence of potentially that major move down, and higher time frame BBWP setups are about to fire off. This is a very concerning candle. So this is closing in all today. So, you have a monthly, bi-monthly, so it's going to be probably volatile. We're already seeing that. But yeah, it's just not a good sign at all on CME. Really not. Consistent downtrend. But again, just at support. Will it bounce is a different question. So yeah, that's what I have on Bitcoin. I'm sitting on my hands. I'm in no trades right now. My longs did get stopped, but wasn't able to reach that TP, didn't front run it. And so into today, I'm just watching that daily close very carefully. I know that if we are going to be bearish, you should get some kind of pop. This should be a trap, and then this should be like a tap and go. This is where I want to do business, and I do want to just look at this wick high as maybe a stop loss to kind of gauge risk. Why I'd use this wick high is because you're just playing trend. This tells me that this is a lower high because you just made a new lower low. So then if we're just going to play daily downtrend, well, you can just use that same rule. I mean, we understood this was the high that needed to be taken out to flip daily downtrend back up. So now we can use this one at close to right 113,500. It's funny, it missed our zone by $500. How fun. So yeah, that's what I'm viewing on Bitcoin. Let's go now to Tether dominance. We'll switch it up to kind of see what's going on. And let's go to the weekly because, well, I remember looking here, the weekly didn't look very different. And it still doesn't for me. You still need to get back above specifically July 28th wick high, but you are potentially about to put in a price structure shift here, which is maybe flipping this weekly 9 into support. Why would you be looking for a scenario like that? Well, it's lined up. I mean, you have the weekly 9 lined up with meme line. I mean, it can literally be that simple. Something as strong as a weekly 9 lines up nicely with a meme line, which has been respected. You saw this play out really nicely, which was got back above the weekly 9, got back above the meme line. And then you saw both weekly 9 and meme line lined up, giving bulls a bounce zone before a big breakout. So here into next week, you should be looking for this same scenario. Now a move up for me is still going to be right at that 4.69%. Weekly EMA 34 is the spot. And then, simply you get back above there. Yeah, that'll open up a buy trigger. And then you just have to watch that 4.78%. Once you get back above there, you open up a new range. And then 5.09 to 5% seems likely at that point. So, bulls are really trying to grind this out, a low potentially. Which again, unfortunately, still lines up with kind of where we're at in this spot. If you boys have been here for a minute, you will know that this 4% to 3.79% was a major spot. You had that swipe down, just like, okay, finally hit it for bulls. This led to a spring, and now you're potentially about to confirm more of a local bottom here. Not confirm a bottom yet, but more of a local. Because here, if you were a bull and you moved up nicely and you're just here, I mean, can you really confirm a bottom at this point? No, you really can't, not even locally, because you're still under resistance in the weekly 9. It's not really until you get back above the weekly 9 where it's like, yeah, maybe locally this has bottomed. To confirm that, again, it's the same thing. Just have to get back above first the EMA 100, make your move up to the SMA 200. That'll confirm it, getting right back above this green line here. Then we're back within this range. This range was annoying, but it still, was respected. You're just making moves up, making moves down. Yes, you did end up dumping. But when you start reclaiming back within a range, this does give bulls the fuel of moving back up. Testing, higher resistance zones, squeezing shorts that have had an easy move down. So that's why it's really important to watch today. Because even on Tether Dominance daily 2-day, it's about to tell you, yeah, you're potentially about to reclaim support at 4.4%. What was major resistance is maybe about to get reclaimed, and this is going to line up nicely with maybe our Bitcoin short scenario. Because if this starts reclaiming back above support, you don't close back under the EMA 100, yeah, I mean, it's just like what we said on Bitcoin. This will just start targeting that SMA 200. Again, this played out really nicely. The same system seems very easy, but this did play out really nicely here when you're just looking at this line. It's not rejecting, and you're not closing back under it after staying under it for so long. Rejected, reclaim, throwback, consolidation, and then at this point, the only logical spot was the SMA 200. You're just using the 9 to kind of gauge if you're going to get expansion, which obviously markets know that, so they're going to chop right by the 9. But always having an extremity low helps. If you're like, well, no, I just know exactly where we need to lose to break down, which is the green line. Okay, didn't lose it. Okay, you didn't lose it. And then price divergence, interesting. Maybe it's bottoming. Weekly, daily 9 got reclaimed, and then you essentially just slingshotted from that point. So it does help to watch these for sure. And that's why when I'm looking at markets currently where they're at, it's like, yeah, this is potentially about to give us some nice short triggers across the board. So gauge that really carefully. You're getting all those higher time frame closings today, which is nice. Or yeah, today I believe. Let me double check that. No, in 2 days. My bad. So over the weekend, I guess is going to be pretty interesting. That's always fun getting those over the weekend. Yeah, monthly, I mean, kind of just looks like it wants to go up to that monthly 9, which again is right at that 4.79%. So regardless, still seems like you're going to get a little higher going into September on Tether Dominance, which again can help us have a bias on Bitcoin going into next month. So watch very carefully, 2 days close. It's going to be very telling to me. And well, when you're right here, this isn't the spot you start scaling shorts on Bitcoin. If you're not positioned, it's just let's just wait, watch, and see where this daily closes. So we'll go to Bitcoin Dominance now. Okay. So Bitcoin Dominance is now at the spot where, we were watching for maybe a new range to form. A bounce up into September on Bitcoin Dominance still makes sense to me. It's just a matter of really where is that bounce going to take us? Because if you go to the monthly here, you can see, yes, you're at the 21. Great. Awesome. Most likely does provide you some kind of support into September, assuming you close above the 21 and also mean support at 57.4%. If those two criteria work out and you close above, that doesn't mean we're so back, we're bottomed, and Bitcoin Dominance is about to make a new high. No, you should be looking for an SR flip. A move right into that monthly EMA 9, which again, the entire bull market this has been holding. This will then be, the first loss of this entire bull market, which is a very telling sign. So then logically, what was major support should be flipped into resistance, giving you that bias into September of maybe making a move up and then rejecting. This simply forms bearish structure. This gives bears potentially a lower high to form before getting that lower low breakdown. Often traders want things immediately, and they just want big moves down. and big moves up. That just doesn't happen. More so, you do form structure. You go up, lower highs, come down, another lower high, break down, take the lows, bearish retest, and then break down. Because this then gets all the impatient traders out. Because if you're like, yeah, we're about to break down, and then it pumps 7%, you're definitely feeling the effects of that. You know, you're clenching. You're like, oh, shit. And then it rejects, and you come down, you get that little pop. And again, you're like, nah, I just need to get out of this. Lower high gets all those aggressive longs out before dumping. And then once it dumps, it's like, yeah, now I need to scale a short. Then you bounce, and you're like, fuck, 3% up. Shit, I need to get out of this. And then once you're out and you're chopped out, that's when you actually get the real move. This is how markets like to be. No, it doesn't like anyone to win. So I'd be gauging kind of this price action into September, gauging some kind of bounce from this spot. Only way we won't get a bounce is if you start losing that 57% today. If you do lose 57%, cool. You're most likely going to test the monthly 34, and it's the same thing we're using with the 21 and the 9. But you most likely just get a bounce off the 34 and go up to the 21 and around the mean line. Then you're just using the argument of, well, support being flipped into resistance. And this area is kind of like a bait for trapped longs. So just giving you like a shallow lower high before breaking down. Doesn't seem likely. And the fact that the monthly 9's been this strong of support really does make me have a bias that we will test it. So I'm just going to go into that. I'm going to be watching the monthly very carefully today. Or no, in 2 days. I keep saying that. In 2 days. Monthly is not closing today, unfortunately. I am ready for August to be over and September to be here, though. September will be a fun month. Okay, let's just quickly look at ETH BTC. Since we're already looking at Bitcoin dominance, we'll go all the way with her. Same criteria, right? It's like any pullback to 366, it is a long zone for me. And I will be gauging that as such. I mean, it just worked out nice having a bias back in April of 2021 when you got back above, you had a little pullback, tested the weekly 9. You didn't test 366, but in 2017 you did. Looks more like 2017. Busting action, we're so back, 55% up. Feels like it's never going to go down. Aggressively dumps hard, 38% down. Throwback, not the cleanest chop. I mean, loss of support. This is why lower time frames can be your friend. Go to the daily here. Go on to real quick, anytime. And you're just like, okay, cool. So then, yeah, chop, 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 chop. 34, broke out, tried to retest it, and then you went up. My point is that, you know, essentially you did get this kind of aggressive throwback over 30%, you know, dumpola in 2017 before a major move up. And so I have to just use this same rule. Understand there was chop here. Understand you did lose support, you know, 1 week, regained it the next. But still not really looking at anything here, but just kind of using the extremity low as your area. Again, just still would have helped you not get chopped out. So for moving into September, it's just that same criteria. I mean, you're at that weekly EMA 100. I don't need to explain what could be next if this holds. You would be gauging that SMA 200 at like 5.5, a pretty big pump here. And you're using potentially this weekly 9 to move right into that 366, just giving you a bias that if you do move down, this should act as support. Because we've seen this before where, you know, you break out, it seems like we're so back, and then you can't actually hold this area into support. The difference here versus here is that, well, you're just in bullish posturing now, where this was still bearish. You were under all major moving averages, barely getting above the 9, rejecting the 21 and rolling over bigly from a EMA 21 rejection. So here, I mean, you're above all of them, and you even reclaim above the EMA 100, a big zone that you've been steadily under since you lost it here in 2023. So is ETH versus Bitcoin very bearish? No, this just tells you that most likely you do get a little pullback here, maybe into September, and then you can use Bitcoin dominance and say that, well, most likely Bitcoin dominance does get that bounce into September, leading to ETH BTC coming a little lower, testing 366, all while Bitcoin dominance simply gets that bounce, traps bulls, SR flips the monthly EMA 9, lower highs, and then dumps. And then maybe this gives ETH BTC the next leg up. So in summary, today's like a day of just waiting, watching. If you're not positioned short, maybe you front ran that 114 short. If you did, congrats. It's a good short. I'd then just slap stop loss break even because you're now betting on this being the next major lower high. You're gauging for the daily close to lose the EMA 100, make a move up, and then simply reject. We want to position short at this point and watch very carefully over the weekend the reactions of the daily EMA 100. What would be nice is a pump up into the weekend, and then Saturday rolls on. You're not really pumping. You're still under the EMA 100. Sunday rolls on. CME is about to open. Boom, you get the dump. It was bearish consolidation under the EMA 100. Kind of trapping bulls into the weekend. That would be really nice. But regardless, I'm looking to position short, potentially on the daily close, and I'm really watching that, $110,600 region for that short opportunity, for potentially a lot lower. I mean, we still potentially are dealing with an 8% move straight to business. So I want to be able to catch that. That tells me that, yeah, what we're seeing now is cool. You've gone down 4%. That's crazy. But you still could have 8% more. So there's really absolutely no FOMO. This is just potentially the beginnings of a breakdown. And we've seen this range play out nicely before. There's no reason to complicate it. You're potentially just opening up a new range today. And you're not going to short the low of today. Rather, wait for the lower high. Play what you know and see if USR flip what was support into resistance right here. So that's all I have on Bitcoin.
May I contribute a little bit to this?
Definitely.
I was just moving my documents and I found the page. Remember when last Friday we went to 117,300 and that was like my bet on it? The other extreme is 107,300. And we're about to hit that 107,300 on a weekend where there's fuckery because it's a long weekend. Nothing has really changed. It would be kind of too easy if we just dump right now, even though this is the second time that we've touched the EMA 100 since the April dump. So I would be actually betting on this bounce on 107,300, 107,400, perhaps even where we are open first position and second right here.
I have a similar meme line in that zone.
Well, yeah, I would expect that this was like liquidity grabs, then we couldn't get past it. It was an important level. We couldn't get past it. Once we did, all-time highs, fucking broke down. Once we reclaimed it, all-time highs. So this should be a nice support zone for a bounce. That's what I would play first before just waiting on the short. Because if you're waiting on your short, you can just wait with it while you make some money on the long side. Even though, and your risk here, yeah, I would basically cut it right at 105, 100.
105. Yeah, because I have 106 being next. That is right around that 107. The 2 days just concerning. It's just like this could just be the beginnings of a major breakdown. But
Yeah,
that doesn't
sure.
mean that
sure.
That doesn't mean that you can't get that bearish retest into today's close, because 2-day BBWP is just firing off now. So
yeah, I've got a meme line right around that exact level, close to the 2-day, a little higher than the 2-day 100.
So right here at 105, probably at 104,663.
Yeah, somewhere between there and like 105 is what I have.
There's 105,500 right here too, which is another one that's important. I would just do it here. 104,509. That would front run the EMA 100. then you have, yeah. But now, this hasn't confirmed.
No.
This confirms today when it closed. No, in a day, in 10 hours. So it could be a bait.
Did it confirm? I don't think it did. I'm playing. No, it didn't. Yeah, you're right. So could be. Or you just get that bearish retest, and then it confirms within the next day.
Yeah.
Regardless, still means that you're most likely going to bounce. That's why I don't think you should be scaling shorts at this point.
Agreed.
But you should be gauging some kind of move up, and that move up should trap longs, and we are bearish. That should just retest that, orange moving average. I think that's your EMA 100.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Si, senor.
if,
Fucking great job. I'm very simply put, boys. Thank you. Now, for the next one, we have Roblox, the pedophile central, which, by the way, Ramon saying, thank you very much for saying what you said on Roblox. We added to our position, and we got an entry at around $70, and it continued to go up. So well done, sir. It's all you. And honestly, thank you, boys. And thanks to pedophiles, because we know that the United States and every powerful person in the world, and money follows pedophilia. So where there's pedophilia, it's very bullish. I know it sounds horrible, but it's just the fucking truth. Prove me otherwise. I dare you.
I ended up saying, I said it as a joke, but I was proven right when I said that, hey, they just banned the guy that catches pedophiles. Very bullish.
It's very bullish. Like,
and it went up.
2025 is quite a weird year.
Imagine being their PR person and trying to have to argue why you banned somebody who catches pedophiles.
Hey, if that's your job, dude, you got to protect pedophilia. So you would do it with pride. You would do it with honor. You would do it with all of your capabilities, because that's what matters in this world. Pedophilia.
Have you seen that using the P word is not socially acceptable anymore? You have to call them child attracted persons or minor attracted persons.
Well, that's for faggots. That's I'm going to call them whatever I want.
P word.
Damn, that's an ugly quarterly candle. Holy shit.
And it kind of looks like a blow-off top.
Yep. This would be a blow-off top, indeed.
Nasty.
But now, EMAs. There's no EMAs around here. So, yeah, I mean, it could go way lower. We haven't visited the 9 in how long? Man, since the breakout on October 23rd.
That's like right near the low, right around 73,000, and right around that 69K. Which I do think is going to be the low. Hopefully, if we're like max bullish, that in theory should be the low of the cycle.
Oh, there's no fucking way. Let me just write it right now. There's no way. There's absolutely no. Now, listen, unless they come up with an insane excuse. The aliens are coming, therefore everyone needs $1 million in their bank account, or there's a new virus that makes your dick turn into a frog, and you need money for it. Unless that happens, this shit's going lower than everyone expects, just simply because of the environment that we're going into. This is like if we go into the 2008 like scenario, there is no way your beautiful Bitcoin's gonna fucking hang at $69,000. No way. I think a dirty lower low, like around, maybe, let's be generous, 49 would be like safe. Like that would be easy. I like to play it between 38 if we're gonna go really fucking bearish, and 24. That's where I would put it at.
24 is interesting. I mean,
if you were to put standard 85% jump, what would that be?
Say that again.
If you were to do the standard 85% from all-time highs, what would that be?
Let me see.
CME, it's
sorry to interrupt you, by the way.
No, CME, it's at $18,600.
$18,000.
So a little premium there. So yeah, 18,000.
80%.
Don't take that.
80% is 25, basically. And remember, 25 was like a big consolidation where at first it was an insane, and you can see it right here if I just do this. It was an insane place to break down, and then we just couldn't get past it. We got past it, we retested it, and no one could believe that we were going to hold it and then went up. I think that's more realistic in this type of environment. And again, we're going into a deflationary environment, even though everyone's being sold the opposite idea.
Yeah. I thought the opposite, so I bought all my stuff beforehand. I'm smart. No, I'm just kidding.
You bought your Rolex, you bought your car, you bought your EV, you added inventory to your already super stacked inventory, and now you're about to file for bankruptcy, but everything is going great because the news told you to do so.
But
got
I'm
myself
ahead.
a brand new, brand new Lucid Sapphire Air. I was very smart.
They won't get me. They won't get me. All I was gonna say though is if you lose 69,000, I have an aggressive drop straight to 48K. Like you'll just aggressively drop down. So Bulls better.
Yeah,
Bulls
you go from here to here.
Yeah, literally, it's just a massive gap down. So I don't think I personally gone ahead. That would be too easy. But hey, I mean, if once we're down there, we're already down like 50%, or now 44% on CME. I guess never say never, as Justin Bieber said.
Absolutely. And that motherfucker knows what he's talking about.
That's what Diddy told him.
Exactly. That's why he knows. Because he's a child, a disciple of pedophilia, Farhan. So he does know what he's talking about, okay?
He literally could never say never. So
and by the way, this scenario would be if we already topped, which I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But again, the Ethereum divergence, along with the Bitcoin dominance and nothing else happening in the altcoin world, even though everyone keeps telling me that it is, but it's just not. That's what's worrying me, to be honest with you, because that was the 2017, and this is a 2017-like cycle.
Yeah,
in my view.
I mean, ETH BTC shows that. It looks like that too to me when I look at ETH BTC. So
ETH is about to break this zone in here and then go up at least to this point, to the 0.5, and that's going to be
that's what I have too.
A 38% move, 40% move on ETH. Do you do a one-to-one on those type of moves or not?
No, it's a little bit more.
Wait, what? In 2017, you just retested that 366, and then you went bigly up.
40% would be $6,000. 50% would be $6,500, which goes with my bias because I put that meme line there. Very professional here at ETA. Very professional.
And if it was that real alt season that people want, you would see shitcoins doing 10, 15x in a week, which you just haven't seen.
No, dude, I'm telling you, I am knee deep in the altcoin world. I don't care what anyone says. It's just like people that talk about FSD and they've never gotten in a Tesla before. Like, I don't give a fuck about what any of you say and don't understand it. And even if you got into FSD, you haven't gotten into 100 different cars and seeing how it doesn't work anywhere else. Does that make sense? Like, I'm in it, knee deep, fucking balls deep, gargling dick, however you want to call it, in the alt world. And there's nothing going on. Nothing but despair. These discords are so sad.
And in the 2017 altcoin season, people were just blindly put $100 into something and it would turn into 10,000 overnight.
Yeah, because that's when he was born, really. You know, altcoins, one more time. To me, it's very simple. You print a lot of money, the aliens are coming, and we all need $1 million to protect us from the aliens. Cool. Altcoins are gonna fucking do great. There is a new virus that fucking turns your dick into a frog, like I said. Then yeah, we get $1 million each. Altcoins are gonna do great. Until that happens, fuck your altcoins. And especially mine.
My cousin asked me which altcoins I hold, and I was like, 0.
How about none?
Not a single one.
We need to talk to your cousin. We need to have a real conversation with that motherfucker. All right. We got Roblox and AIOZ.
I'll look at
Thank you,
that.
boys.
I'll do. Which one would you like?
I'll do AIOZ.
Okay, Robert Locks.
There you go. Robert Lux. Thank you, sir. Perfecto. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Recuerden, un recordatorio para todos ustedes que están viendo esto. Esto podría ser el blow of top de lo que hemos platicado. Esto es como se ve un blow of top. Ahora estoy diciendo que ya se acabó todo y no. Falta un mes y 2 días para cerrar esta vela trimestral. Ahora, esta vela trimestral cierra así y ya ahí es donde yo me empezaría a preocupar porque la última vez que lo hicimos fue el final del mercado alcista. Fue justamente acá en la vela trimestral de octubre del 2021. Idéntico, literalmente pueden verlo por acá. Esta vela todavía se ve más culera que esa. Entonces, solamente para tenerlo en mente, no estoy diciendo que sea el caso. A mí lo que me preocupa más que la vela y la chingada es la divergencia entre Ethereum y Bitcoin, Ethereum yéndose para arriba. Porque recuerden, esto pasó en el 2017. Bitcoin hace tope primero y 2 semanas, un mes después, Ethereum lo hace. Y es lo que está pareciendo que es a lo que vamos. Ahora, Bitcoin se podría dar la vuelta, rebotar y todos nos olvidamos de todos estos problemas que estamos teniendo y vivimos en un mundo lleno de arcoíris. Chido. Pero por ahora, Bitcoin hizo lo que les dije, me preocupaba. Este rechazo de los 112,100, que no lo pudimos pasar y volvimos a caer. Ahora, lo interesante de esto para todos ustedes, y déjenme los llevo a la diaria, en putiza. Para mí, en la diaria, y les dije, esta zona va a ser la importante a romper. No pudimos y caímos. Estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Lo interesante para mí es, tenía yo esta zona en los 117 como mi extremidad alta el viernes pasado. ¿Se acuerdan cuando hicimos el gran short de los 117, 300? Que fue justo, llegó a 117, 400 y cacho, 117, 500, dependiendo qué tabla. Fue justo. Y de ahí tuvimos el caidón hasta los 100, ¿qué fueron? 108,700, ¿no? Y ahorita ya nos llevamos ese mínimo. Ahora lo interesante es que tengo el otro extremo de ese trade. Y ese otro extremo está acá. Entrando a un fin de semana lleno de fuckery y es un fin de semana largo, donde la gente se va a quedar ansiosa, va a decir, yo no quiero esto, voy a esperarme a que caiga probablemente al S&P 200 y ahí es donde yo voy a entrar. Es lo que me dice la psicología de esta tabla, ¿no? Es lo que me está diciendo que es lo que le está diciendo a la gente. Lo que yo esperaría acá, lo que yo abriría y lo que voy a hacer, se los digo de una, voy a abrir un long acá en los 107, 327. Ahora, ¿voy a hacer un front run? Sí, probablemente vaya a agregar ahorita acabando esta parte, si sigue por aquí, y luego otra parte abajo. Y mi corte de este trade va a ser acá, en los 105,200. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que yo voy a jugar. Ahora, esto no estoy diciendo me va a llevar a altos históricos. Esto sería un error de novato. Lo único que espero es que regrese esta zona o al promedio del 100. Y normalmente, como soy un mega maricón, me deshago de mi posición. Yo, por ejemplo, entramos en el long aquí, ¿no? En los 100, no me acuerdo qué fue, por acá en los 111, por el EMA 100, la línea roja que ven acá. Y planeábamos hacer un corto en los 100, ¿qué eran? 114, 200. Cuando rebotamos y llegamos a 113, 100, acá yo vendí. No porque soy un crack y porque, verga, qué inteligente soy o porque los espíritus divinos con los que hablo, ¿no? Me dijeron que lo hiciera. No, la razón por la que lo hago es porque soy un maricón. Y dije, güey, no me voy a esperar a ver si todos le pegamos aquí arriba, ya tengo dinero en el banco, me lo voy a llevar. Me lo llevé y no tocamos la parte de arriba y ahí ya no puedo entrar en mi short. Y ahora este movimiento me lo perdí. Pero una vez más, ¿me lo perdí o no? No. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que estoy esperando son las extremidades. Este movimiento de acá, que fue el viernes pasado, no me lo perdí. Entré aquí arriba y vendí aquí abajo. Esto es lo que tenemos que entender. El mercado es reaccionario. Y cuando digo reaccionario, lo mejor que puedes hacer y lo que me ha funcionado cabrón es esperar a que se dé algo así, todo el mundo se vaya de un lado, tranquilamente voy a entrar acá. Una vez más, acabando esto que les estoy hablando, voy a entrar en mi long acá y agregar acá abajo, esperando, buscando probablemente el SMA 100, en los 110, 900, 111. Es todo el movimiento que voy a buscar. Ahora, llega a bajar más, tengo mi corte en los 105. No me voy a volver loco con él. 105, esta vela es la que me lo va a dictar. 105, 104. Si perdemos eso, vamos ya mucho más abajo y todo lo que les dije, pues vale papa y me equivoqué en este trade. Que digo, va a pasar, ¿no? Pero simplemente es eso, lo que quería traerles. Y ahora, acá en la de 2 días, esto es algo que me hace pensar que nos están tal vez adelantando todo. Porque puedes ver, después de un setup de jamás que son explosivos a la alza, puedes ver cómo la volatilidad está expandiendo aquí abajo. Cuando veo la volatilidad expandir aquí abajo, pero no confirmar, ven cómo el mouse no me deja poner de acá a acá. Eso es cada sesión de 2 días. No hay una en medio. Y esta sesión de acá, que es la de ahorita, la que confirmaría volatilidad, porque la sesión anterior sería esta, para que lo entiendan, que está abajo del 15%. Eso no me dice que hay expansión oficial. Acá, donde está expandiendo, es la vela de 2 días. Y adivina qué, falta 1 día y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela. Por lo que podríamos ver, ya han visto 1000 veces, ¿no? Cuando volatilidad nos dice, a huevo, ya chingué, y luego vuelve a hacer esto. Eso es lo que podría pasar. Y viéndose tan obvio, es lo que me hace pensar a mí, de ver a todo el mundo cagándose en los pantalones. Oh, es que ya, Bitcoin, no sé qué. Aquí tengo que encontrar un rebote. Una vez más, no les estoy diciendo altos históricos, subir. Aquí debería haber un rebote, en mi opinión. Es una zona muy importante para el precio. Así que voy a jugar eso. Ustedes jueguen lo que sea y también a los que están en las alertas, vamos a mandarles alertas para que estén al pendiente de esta gran jugada. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho, vamos a analizar Bitcoin en putiza en todo tipo de temporalidad para que lo tengamos bien puesto. Vamos a empezar con lo trimestral, por supuesto. Y acá pueden ver, empezamos a tener preocupaciones por 2 cosas. Tenemos esta vela súper topera en la parte alta. Dejen acercarme por si no la pueden ver tan claramente. ¿Qué es una vela topera? Una vela donde el cuerpo es menos del tamaño del 25% total de la vela, que lo es. Lo pueden ver, la vela empieza aquí en los 105 y acaba en los 124 y cacho. Y el cuerpo está aquí. Y normalmente está en la parte baja del 25%, o sea, en el cuarto bajo. Y ahí está. Esta es una vela topera. ¿Qué confirmaría esta vela topera? Y aquí es donde les digo, esto es lo que para mí señala el final de todo. Rompes los 105, ahí está. Rompes literalmente los 105.50 y esta madre se ve a la verga. Pero rápido. Más rápido de lo que puedes decir verga. Y es muy rápido. ¿Vieron lo rápido que lo puedo decir? Así que pónganse al pendiente acá. Esto podría ser una zona muy importante para el precio. Además de eso, ¿qué más me preocupa? No, la Tercera Guerra Mundial, Alejandro, es que esos niños en gas, ¿no? Volatilidad continúa en su movimiento después. Todo este movimiento de volatilidad, de expansión, empezó con el setup de jamás en la trimestral. Y una vez que contraiga volatilidad, me dice que el precio va a ajustar al lado contrario. Y eso sería la gran caída. Y esto va a confirmarnos. Pero todavía falta 1 mes y 1 día para poder confirmarnos y 2 días para poder confirmarnos este pedo en la trimestral. Tercer factor que me preocupa o que llama mi atención. No voy a decir preocupar porque no me preocupo por ni vergas. Aquí tenemos la media en los 140. Parece un gran clásico front run. Eso quiere decir que hicimos como que íbamos a ir, pero no llegamos para que nadie pudiera sacarle jugo. Y básicamente tienes el rechazo por adelantado. Siguiente objetivo debería ser tu promedio del 5 en los $90,000. Y de perder eso, la parte baja de la zona azul en los 75, que probablemente te lleve mínimo a los 73, 72. Y eso barra este mínimo y se ponga la cosa caliente hasta los 69 probablemente. Eso es en la trimestral nada más. Mensual. Mensual, ¿qué tenemos para que lo vean? Tenemos la pérdida de la zona azul después de haber hecho un front run de la media, lo pueden ver acá. Ahora estamos perdiendo la zona azul. Siguiente objetivo debería ser el 50%, que está en los $101,000. Abajo de eso está nuestro promedio del 9, justamente en los 99,000. Y ya por abajo tienes el 61.8%, que es donde esperaría todo el mundo hacer el nuevo mínimo, ¿no? Que sea un bajo más alto, porque mínimo por ahora te aguantaría estos mínimos. Si simplemente caes a esta zona, estarías haciendo un bajo más alto para hacer un alto más alto. Es lo que esperarían los alcistas. Si eres bajista, quieres definitivamente barrer los 89, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de ir a venir a retestear los 75 y una vez que lo hagas, probablemente los 69 se vuelvan una realidad. ¿Ok? Además, tenemos nuestra volatilidad mensual yendo al punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Es justamente lo que les dije que estamos viendo en la de 2 días, que nos había dicho expansión, pito, güey. Y va para abajo. Y está en el punto, efectivamente, está llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla mensual esta volatilidad. Esto quiere decir que el movimiento que nos vaya a dar de cualquier lado, para arriba o para abajo, va a ser potente y no mamadas. Entonces, si vemos que esto llega a expandir a la baja, agárrense los pantalones que no van a estar listos para lo que viene, carnal. 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9 en los 109,614 y la parte baja de la zona azul se encuentra en los 103,860. Ya llegando ahí nos ponemos en una tesitura interesante porque estaríamos perdiendo esos 105 tan importantes y deberíamos de dar continuación al 50% mínimo, que son los 98,600 dólares. Y de no aguantar, una vez más, 61,8% con el promedio del 34, están en los 89,000 dólares. Así que esos 89,000 dólares más nos valen que aguanten si llegamos ahí abajo. Ahora, volatilidad, habías tenido expansión en la de 2 semanas y ahorita todavía te falta para cerrar esta que está doblándose para ir para abajo. Esto quiere decir que esto solamente sería un ajuste siempre y cuando no se voltee esta chingadera y empiece a apuntar para arriba. Para este cierre faltan 2 días y 9 horas, ¿ok? ¿Qué es lo que quieren los alcistas? Aguantar los 109,605 en 2 días. ¿Y qué quieren los bajistas? Definitivamente que no los aguantes, eso te llevaría tranquilamente a los 104 y de los 104 te va a llevar muy probablemente a los 98,500, donde podrías hacer tu nuevo alto más bajo más alto, perdón, que es el siguiente punto. Semanal. Semanal también tienes, tío. La volatilidad está preparando otro cero de jamás. Está muy baja. Estamos en el 50%. De romper el 50%, que es mi línea meme de los 107, nos iríamos al 61,8%, que son los 103,500. Y de perder esa zona de los 103,500, el promedio del 34 está en los 101. Y aquí es donde, una vez más, esperarías por el amor de Dios que los 98 aguanten. Si eres más bajista, quieres romper esos 98 a la baja. 5 días también nos regresó la volatilidad tal cual. Expandió, pero no expandió. Y nos está regresando a volatilidad nula con el promedio también bajando por acá. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que estamos a punto de ir a visitar este 34 que se encuentra en los 106,565. Esto da confluencia a lo que les estoy diciendo, a ver si es cierto, pero por ahora el 50% nos está aguantando. De perder el 50%, que es básicamente, ponle el mínimo que ya viste hoy hasta ahorita. Si lo llegas a romper, vas probablemente a esos 106,500. Y eso agradecería. Eso agregaría más a la confluencia de las estupideces que les estoy diciendo. 2 días. 8 de la mañana. Hace un chingo no veo esos güeyes. ¿Siguen peleándose con Putin y Trump, Putin? Me imagino que sí. 109. 109 es un nivel muy importante para este pedo. De no poder retomar esos 109, siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 100, por ahí de los 104, 161. Entonces, queremos, en 2 días más o menos es donde suena que esos 109 tienen que ser recuperados, por lo que pienso que sí vamos a tener este rebote en los 107, 106, 500, que sería extraordinario para mi jugada. Diaria, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, y acá lo tienes. Este cruce plateado a la baja nos diría y empezaríamos a shortear cada que llega el precio al promedio del 9. Y esto agregaría mi confluencia de que venimos para acá, vamos a rebotar, promedio del 9 una vez más, o en los 112,100, o en donde está el promedio del 100, en los 100, 111, y de ahí vas para abajo otra vez. Esto tiene cara que va a ir para abajo aún más, pero no creo que te lo vaya a dar de una. Sería demasiado fácil, demasiado fácil. Por supuesto que tienes volatilidad expandiendo ahorita en la diaria, pero esta volatilidad expandiendo en la diaria ahorita, tal cual, Todavía no confirma, tienes que cerrar en 8 horas 41 minutos para que te lo confirme. Voy a llevarlos a las de 12 horas en putiza, donde estamos perdiendo todos los promedios. Pueden ver que estamos justo aguantando la parte baja de la zona azul. Mi 50% se encuentra en mi línea meme y el 61.8% en los altos, bueno, en los altos 105 o 106 mil dólares. Esta sería la zona de extrema entrada, si es que te la llega a dar, para el rebote. Yo estoy esperando esta y pondría, yo me voy a dividir mi entrada en esta y no me va a sacar acá. Me sacas aquí abajo. Aquí es donde el tío Salo muere. Acá, para arriba, al rebote. Es lo que yo voy a esperar este fin de semana, en lo que todo el mundo está llorando. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Vamos a ver qué pasa, tío. En la de 12 horas ya tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Cualquier retesteo del 9 en esta zona hubiera sido excelente oportunidad. Vamos a la de 4 horas. 4 horas tienes volatilidad expandiendo oficialmente en varios periodos, pero el 88.3%, que es normalmente un extremo ya bastante duro, que no hemos tocado en un chingo de tiempo, desde más o menos abril. Debería aguantar el 88.3%. Y eso, una vez más, estoy diciendo eso porque ahí es donde estoy yo a punto de meter mi trade y probablemente el bias me esté sesgando. Entonces tengan cuidado con eso, entiendan que es solamente lo que yo pienso en mi cabecita de pendejo. Y con eso he dicho poniéndoselas fácil para que lo sepan, lo entiendan, lo digieran, lo absorban, como las drogas, güey, deja de decir drogas. Es bastante fácil este pedo. Bitcoin en este momento está cayendo, estamos perdiendo el promedio del 100 y vamos para abajo. Pero esto sería bastante fácil, después de haber tocado el promedio del 100 solamente acá una vez, y antes de eso literalmente lo recuperaste porque lo perdiste cuando empezó la caída de los aranceles. Fue la última vez que lo perdiste. No estoy diciendo que vamos a rebotar una vez más para arriba y recuperar esto. Lo que estoy diciendo es, no es tan fácil solamente caer y caer y caer y caer. Lo que yo esperaría es, vengo a perder esto. ¿Y qué es lo que siempre decimos? Cuando pierdo una zona importante, el precio va a regresar a retestear la zona y después dar continuación al movimiento. Eso es lo que yo estoy esperando. Ahora, eres alcista, quieres rebotar acá, máximo en los 107, 106, 500, hasta los 106 planos, un buen rebote. Y de ahí tienes que romper los 110, los 111, los 112, 100. Y ya de ahí llevarte este máximo en los 113, 500. Eso es, si eres alcista, es lo que esperarías. Sería tu más o menos casi confirmación de que, ok, esto fue un SFP a la baja y ahora vas a volver para arriba. Eres bajista, simplemente tienes que ser paciente y tienes que esperar lo contrario de estos güeyes. Quieres esperar el rebote acá, esperar que en el rebote no pases o de los 111 o de los 112, 100, o en el peor escenario, aquí si eres bajista, ya cancelas tu posición en los 113, 500. Más fácil ni las caricaturas de Batman de cuando era chiquito, cabrón. La dominancia de Bitcoin está justamente donde habíamos puesto que íbamos a caer. Era la zona que estábamos esperando y con una segunda por acá. La cosa es, esto ya no me dice alt season. Esto me está diciendo y me está hablando de la divergencia con Ethereum para mí. Nadie se está haciendo rico con las alts. No hay genios ahorita en este momento en las tablas. No, porque cualquier idiota es un genio en un mercado alcista. Ahorita todo el mundo es un genio en la bolsa, ¿no? Hasta yo. No compramos el puto fondo de la bolsa y ¡ay, qué puto crack! Y la verga. Nel. Todos somos pendejos, pero la bolsa está siendo muy fácil. Y acá estamos, todo el mundo está en muchas ganancias en todo. En lo que se refiere a altcoins, no. No hay genios. No hay gente que esté saliendo con trades que dices, no mames, compró Poopcoin y subió un chingo. No hay nada de eso. No hay NFTs, no hay nada. Nada en altcoins. Lo que sí hay es un Ethereum muy alcista, entrando de vuelta a la zona que había perdido. Probablemente este es el primer retesteo del promedio del 100, ¿ok? Y lo había usado como soporte. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que ya valió verga. Nel, va a retestear un rato acá, pero cuando rompa, mínimo, va a romper esta zona. Es un movimiento de 40%. Eso pondría Ethereum en básicamente. Todavía estamos esperando este retesteo por acá. Que habíamos dicho la vez pasada que Ethereum tenía que encontrar esto para ir para arriba. Y ahí va. La primera zona de interés, 5,400. Segunda zona de interés para mí, 6,500. Y aquí es donde yo esperaría que Ethereum tope este ciclo para ir para abajo. Yo sé que todo el mundo está entrando en el FOMO de Ethereum y ya cuando me habla gente que no le gusta cripto y que no entiende nada de cripto de Ethereum, ahí es donde empiezo a decir, ok, vale, interesante, voy a tomarlo. Simplemente eso. No hay nada más que ver. No voy a ver la dominancia de Tether ya, porque la dominancia de Tether también, en mi opinión, está comprometida por Ethereum. No me voy a meter en eso. Simplemente lo que estamos viendo es tal cual. No se los puedo dejar más fácil a la verga. En mi opinión, el hecho de que Solana esté aguantando también, el hecho de que Ethereum esté aguantando también, me gusta mucho. Puede que hayamos topado en Bitcoin, puede, pero no creo que este vaya a ser el movimiento que nos lleve hasta abajo. Yo creo que acá vamos a encontrar un suelo. Toda la gente que metió todo su dinero en Bitcoin, que está preocupada, va a salir, ¡a huevo, lo sabía! Bla, bla, bla. Va a dar un rebote. Ese rebote nos va a llevar a otra resistencia con un alto más bajo. Y ahí es donde nos vamos a ir a la verga. Y esto puede tomar bastante tiempo. Así que paciencia es el nombre del juego. El trade a corto plazo, ya se los puse. Eres alcista, sabes qué estás buscando. Eres bajista, ya sabes qué estás buscando. Eres un trader que le vale verga arriba o abajo, ya sabes qué niveles te acabo de decir. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Robert Lux con Roblox. Ladies and gentlemen.
Time for some Robert Locks.
Robert Lux.
Checking in on Robert Locks. Back to you, Robert Locks.
Back to you, Tom. Back to you, Tom. Thanks, Jim. Everyone out here is selling drugs.
You know, I was promised as a child that there would be all kinds of people giving away free drugs and candy and all this shit.
Me
Never
too.
once have I been offered free drugs.
I am so fucking upset. I go to clubs. I leave my glass at the table. Not even a roofie. Like, they're not even bothering
not
with
one
a free
roofie.
roofie.
Am I too
what
ugly
is
for a
this?
roofie?
What is this? Fucking
I'm-
adults were bullshit. Fuck you, boomers.
I'm insulted.
And now you're buying all my houses.
I'm not even. I'm
Oh,
not
we
even
knocked
worth a
him off.
roofie. Well, you don't want to rape. You don't want to rape this booty.
You don't want to get this? You don't want to get this? What's going on? Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
So we've got a beautiful United States pattern here on Robert Locks, and we have hit the 100% range on the HPDR. We're sitting somewhere between the 88.3% and the 95%. It does look like this is going to be an area of some sideways price action while this 5 EMA does slowly rise up, and then I'm looking for a reconnect with the 5. And if it is going to be very bullish, it's going to hold off that 5, and these HPDR ranges can step up, and it'll try again. Personally, I don't think it's going to bottom at the 5. I think it's going to come down to the 9 while it rises up. But I don't think it's going to be as deep of a pullback as coming all the way down to $90. I think it's probably just going to go sideways over here. Maybe get a slight bounce off of the 5, go sideways while the ranges step up, the 9 EMA steps up, and then get your retest of the 9 like you did over here, and then continue on to new all-time highs. If you look at momentum, it's very, very close to shifting to the downside with volatility just about to go into a contraction phase. Jewel, however, is still giving you a buy signal, but it's not a continuation signal because it's still in the, it's entering the critical zone and it's now in the critical zone. More likely an area of consolidation rather than just busting up, especially since you got a rejection over here in the critical zone. Now you're just freshly entering into it, and this is the first time it's ever entered into the critical zone. 2 week is also now flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. You're getting God mode signal on the jewel, has not shifted to sell yet. It's on a neutral. Very likely soon this is going to shift to a sell. And as long as you are closing below about $135, it is going to shift into a sell. Right now, you are still holding off of, on this 5 EMA, so as long as you're holding on that, not likely any lower. But once you do lose that 5, you're likely going to come down to this 38.2, sitting right around like $100, $102, very round psychological number. Weekly is trying to flip back up, but it's still below the moving average with volatility close to going into an expansion phase, and you're getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel. See where you are. You currently opened above that 38.2%. So as long as you do keep holding this area, you're likely not going to go much lower. Lose the 38.2%, that's what brings you down to that 101 area, right around the 21. 5 days, same outlook as the weekly. Basically same exact thing, same jewel signal, same momentum. 2 days currently flipped to the upside with volatility now in a contraction phase, and the jewel is starting to lose the sell signal, shifting into a neutral. You do have the pink crossing down below the yellow in the background, which is more of a bearish signal. But as long as you're holding on to this 38.2%, sitting right around like $121, it is more likely you're going to come up to retest this median around like 132. But as long as you are closing below about 135, nothing really has changed. Daily currently still pointed to the upside. Volatility very close to entering into contraction phase. Is there any divergence here? No, that's a higher high. Let's see from here. What is this closing? This is at $129, and this one is at, oh, interesting. So there's hidden bearish divergence here because we have taken out these previous highs on momentum, but price made a lower high. And to confirm that divergence, you will have to close below about $123.22. And I'll give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around this 55 EMA, around like $114. And at that point, as you've already tested this zone before, I'm thinking you're going to go towards the 100 at around like 102. The jewel's still giving you a buy signal, but it's not really looking the strongest because there's no divergences present on there. 4 hours currently shifting to the downside. Also, volatility still in the contraction phase, which is some hopium. There's a bullish jewel signal here with the pink crossing above the yellow, which is some more hopium. Right now, you do have a neutral signal, lost the buy signal. Not really the worst, even if it shifts to the sell, considering we do have this signal here. But you would want to hold on to around this 38.2% and this 55 EMA around that same 121 area. Start to lose 121 on a 4-hour closing basis, and then that's where it gets really worrying. That's where you're probably going to go to this 200 as it slowly rises up. Right now it's at 96. I think it's going to be somewhere around this 101, 102 area, which lines up with this 97.5%. And it's a round psychological figure. Go to RSI. Robert Locks is going to dump it on the market one more time before he sends it again. Mm-hmm. 3 days currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing above about $114.12. And your next target is the simple moving average, which right now is currently at about $158. This number updates in 4.5 hours. 2 days currently has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 120, 128. Oh, I'd love to see that 121 number come up again. And your next target is the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which is somewhere between $134 and $137. Daily currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 123, actually $121.28. So same number as before. And your next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at 130. Oh, nice. This goes along with my price. The 4 hour is now putting in fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about 126.50, giving you an easy target of that neutral zone, which right now is at about 118. Next target is the bearish control zone, where I'll look to see this number a lot more. This is 107. Momentum. Monthly momentum is freshly flipped to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 111.52. So in about 4.5 hours, monthly momentum is going to freshly flip back to the upside. Let's take a look at it. There's a higher low. To look at price. No divergence on the monthly. We don't really need it though. Monthly flipping back up is powerful enough as on its own. Let's draw a vertical line whenever monthly momentum flip back up. Oh, right over there. You can see on price what happened. $74% to the upside. 69%. Very nice. 69.
It's very elegant.
108%.
In a
Very classy move.
In a mouthful. Actually, two. God damn.
Masterclass. 10x.
It would be incredible if these counted for something, really. If we somehow got more users every time we made like a ridiculously bad joke.
Or every time you make fun of somebody like Barrett Soloway or Grant Cardone.
Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone is, I'm pretty sure he's a fake person. And I don't mean like a fake, like a fake guy like that pretends to be something. There is no way the stuff that comes out of his mouth does not match the person that has that much money. It's crazy. It's that crazy. He might be.
He's been busted for flexing a jet that he doesn't own.
Yeah, I saw.
I think it was Baller Busters.
I was driving back home, and I saw a white Rolls-Royce Dawn convertible, and I was driving by, and I was going faster on the left lane, so whatever. I'm just passing. I turned to the right, and I see it's Manny Cushman, and as soon as I saw him, I started dying laughing in his face.
Did you see you?
Oh yeah. He was not. He knew something was coming, and I just could it was just what happened. There's no like I planned it. I didn't know who that was. I just turned around, looked at him, and I was like, ah.
I would have loved to see that.
Oh man, it was so fucking funny. Thank you, universe, for being so funny. I appreciate you.
The most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
So much fun.
2 week is currently flipped to the downside. See if there's any divergence present. Nope, higher high. Robert Locks is going to prevent the bearish divergence from forming. Volatility is now contracting. Volatility is now contracting with momentum to the downside. Weekly is also flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. No bearish divergence on the weekly either because RSI momentum made a higher high. 5 days also flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. Also has a higher high, avoiding bearish divergence. 2 days currently also getting flip momentum to the downside. Pivots around 127, 127.30. Volatility is contracting on this time frame as well. See if there's any bearish divergences. Yeah, 2 days got some bearish divergence. It's already confirmed after you flip down. You've hit the easy target of this 21 EMA. Now you're back over the 9. If you lose the 9 once again on a closing basis, that's what will bring you down to the 55, right around that 102 level. Daily is currently flipped to the upside, but volatility is contracting, just like it is on the higher time frames. Momentum to the downside, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over a 115.90. Right now, you're looking for on the daily for this 21 to hold around that 122, 121 level. Start to lose that on a daily closing basis, you're going to get forced to move to somewhere around 115, but eventually I do think it's going to make its way down to around 101, 102. And 4 hours now freshly flipping to the downside, and it will remain flipped down with volatility expansion as long as you're closing below about $125.50. So on the higher time frames, it's looking for long term extremely bullish, but in the medium to short term, momentum is starting to flip down on the monthly. Where it's gonna it is flipped down on the monthly, but it's going to flip back up in about 4.5 hours. But with on the HPDR, you're hitting such extreme areas. You've already hit the 100%. It's more of a zone that you're going to consolidate here, even if momentum flips back up, especially since on the lower time frames, volatility is now contracting with momentum flip to the downside. On the very low time frames, you're getting momentum flipped up, but volatility is contracting, telling you you're likely not going to continue from here to new highs. What's more likely is maybe a little bit of a move down to, assuming you lose 121 on a 4-hour basis, a move down to tap 115. Somewhat of a bounce from 115, but I don't see any major supports until like 102 to like $100 for that round psychological number. Personally, I think it's going to bounce from there and just consolidate a little bit for a couple of maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe 4, while the HPDR ranges can step up. And then from there, I think it'll attempt at new all-time highs. The invalidation right now is going to be, let's see, it's going to be very low.
For
below,
me, yeah, go ahead.
actually, I would use this one. I could use this one. I'll use a tick below $91 or a weekly close below $100.
That's all it takes for it to be going to shit.
Not going to shit, but I would say retesting somewhere around $70-ish.
Yeah, 73. That's where we're going back to.
Oh, nice. We got the same number.
Look at us.
Muy
Look
base.
at us. By the way,
Look at us.
of course we do. I learned from you, motherfucker. Oh, what a surprise. Can't believe we came up with the same bullshit. Everything I know came from you guys. So
Look at us.
it only
Look
makes
at us.
sense.
Who would have guessed?
Exactly.
Not me.
It's like all the
BYD.
Spider-Mans pointing at each other. That one meme, we're all
Yeah.
just pointing at each other.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're in a fucking bias fest every time. Like we're all on the same page. This is really, I see the same thing. It's incredible. Yeah, no shit.
Like, yeah, no, I agree. Oh yeah, I think so too. It's like, all right, we're good to roll.
Whoa, it must be a good trade.
It's like those dudes who are sitting around their Xbox talking about, yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah, for sure. They get fucked up together, and I'd say that. Or like women synchronizing their periods by being together for a long time. It's the same thing. It's identical. So thank you for that, Mr. Lux. The next one for you is BYDDY, which is BYD, but then for some reason they have DY after BYD.
I'm gonna have to apologize to my American friends. I have to give in to the enemy, the Chinese.
The Chinese, those fucking the
Evil
biggest enemy
Chinese.
we have. God, he's the worst. But let's invite him over to meet with Elon Musk, with Jeff Bezos, with Larry Ellison, everyone in California. We'll even clean California just to have him over. But God, he's our enemy number one. God, we hate him. Ha! That bastard. It's incredible what people believe. It honestly, I am so grateful for the old people that run this bitch because it really shows how stupid everyone is. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing.
The Chinese people in Mexico are pretty awesome and they speak Spanish.
Dude, Chinese people everywhere. Like in general, everyone's pretty awesome. Everything. You know what I was watching last night with Belen? A show about like Americans going to, it's the one with Chris Pratt and Taylor Keish. You probably don't know who any of those people are. And they're in, like in the military. They're in the military and they're in, I think they're in Iraq. And you see like, dude, the propaganda on that shit is unbelievable. They really fucking want us to hate those fucking brown pieces of shit Arabs. Let's fucking destroy them all, boys. And it's like a trailer also for the army. But by the way, it's like clearly a soap opera for women because it's just hot guys in the army. And as soon as the show started, 2 minutes into it, I go, babe, who recommended you this? Your sister or your mom? And she goes, both. I was like, that makes total sense. She's like, why? Like, it's just hot guys. in like an action trailer. Like nothing is happening. It's the worst fucking show ever. But God bless her.
It's funny
God
because
bless
real
her soul.
soldiers don't look like that.
Not at all. But hey, and also they, like always, right? Like they care so much about their mission, and the people in charge also care so much about preserving lives and not just killing people. I don't get the fuck out of here. Send the drone and blow them up. Fuck those brown guys right now.
Yeah, they absolutely have no problems killing innocent people.
No, get the fuck out of here. It's so funny. It's so funny, like the idea that Hollywood presents as to how the government works versus how it really works. I think someone needs to do a comedy as to like how it really just works. Not make it sad, but like a comedy, because it's fucking hilarious.
There was a video leaked to the press about like because those drones do recordings where they just bombed a bunch of weddings and all that shit. The only person who went to jail was the person who released the video.
You see? You tell me that's not fucking hilarious. It is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. That's, of course, right?
Hilarious. They knowingly bombed weddings and innocent people. They joked about it, but the only person who went to jail is the one who leaked the video.
Oh my God, that's fucking amazing. America, let's fucking go, boys. Let's go. Let's do this. Thank you, sir. Ok. Tenemos Roblox, Robert Lux, una empresa, les había contado, ¿no? Que esto había dado resultados, todo el mundo se empezó a friquear por lo de la pedofilia y todo eso, pero bueno, por ahora tenemos nuestro máximo histórico por acá en los 150. Tengo yo, mi objetivo final de esto, del movimiento que estaría buscando, son $233. Lo que empiezo a ver aquí, y cuando simplemente volteo a ver mis líneas memes y lo que estamos viendo, la resistencia aquí arriba, que ahorita van a ver en otras temporalidades, no habíamos visto la de 3 meses todavía, la trimestral, estamos haciendo una vela estilo como la que nos dio el tope la vez pasada, ¿no? Acá, que fue en los 142 y después fue hasta los $21. Lo importante aquí a tener en mente es este nivel, el de los 126.46. Si podemos estar por encima de y empezar a cerrar velas significantes, no estoy hablando de diaria, estoy hablando de semanal, 2 semanas, mensual, por encima de 126.50 centavos, vamos para arriba. Esto va a continuar y nos va a llevar definitivamente a mi objetivo en los 200 y cacho. Pero ahora estoy viendo, se está cansando este movimiento. Lo veo ya un poco agotadón después de la fuerza que llevaba y no me sorprendería un ajuste. El ajuste leve para esto sería a esta zona. Yo creo que esta tabla te lo pone perfecto porque puedes ver aquí el nivel. Una vez que aguantes acá, vas a dar continuación a la alza, ¿no? Y obviamente tu trabajo va a ser llevarte este máximo si eres alcista en ese punto. Es lo que yo esperaría. Pero, algo me dice, y no sé qué sea, que vamos a los 74, 73. No va a ser de golpe, pero yo creo que esa va a ser la zona donde encontremos el nuevo mínimo, donde sea una excelente oportunidad para agregar y esperar. Va a tomar tiempo a llegar a estos 232. 7 por 3, 21. Sería un 3X, casi un 4X de tu lana, si es que este trade sale como lo estoy pensando. Esto es lo que me dice la trimestral. Déjenme pongo el HPDR, que no sé qué tan correcto vaya a ser. Exactamente. Y también esto me dice, estoy ya en zonas de extremo. Nunca habíamos estado en zonas de extremo, pero de nuevo, es porque también está todo jodido, toda la información acá por las pocas velas que hay. La mensual es un poco de lo mismo. Habíamos llegado al 100%. Y la vez pasada hicimos más o menos, vean lo parecido de esto, ¿no? De esta zona acá con el 100% a esta zona acá con el 100%. Es muy, muy parecido, no podemos decir que no, este movimiento. ¿Y esto qué me dice? Que podríamos ajustar hasta la parte baja, alta de la zona azul, que está en $90. Una vez más, agregando confluencia que este sería el trade fácil, que esto sería el... Simplemente llegas ahí, aguanta, ahí agregas a tu posición. No antes, tiene que aguantar. Te llevas por debajo esto, los 89.93, Y probable, es más, pon el promedio del 9, los 85, y probablemente vayas a los 70. Eso ya te pondría en eso. 53 es lo que pone el HPR, el 61.8% del otro lado. Interesante. No creo que eso se dé. Sería la oportunidad de oro para quien sea. 2 semanas, volatilidad también está contrayendo. Venimos de este 100%, una vela bajista. Es una vela de indecisión en realidad. Ni tanto, ni tan alcista, ni tan bajista. Es una vela de indecisión. Y no tienes un follow through. El cierre te hubiera tenido que ser abajo de los 114 y no has tenido ningún cierre bajo de 114. Yo creo que ese va a ser el primer paso a anotar en tu tabla de Roblox. Si bajas de los 114, tu siguiente objetivo debería de ser los, ¿qué es este número? $99. Si ves 114 llevándose para abajo en cierres de 2 semanas, ahí el 99 va a ser tu siguiente objetivo. Y de llegar a los 99, tu media está en los 87, una vez más, $85. Si estos $85 no aguantan, 70 van a ser tu siguiente lugar a donde vaya a ser interesante poder agregar para tu posición de Roblox con la mejor posición posible. Por ahora, la semanal también tiene volatilidad contrayendo. Segundo. Estamos viendo esta vela topera. No has tenido seguimiento en los 116.50, has tenido cierres por encima de, y esto te debería llevar tranquilo a un rebote a los 132. Y este rebote sea a los 132, tienes que asegurarte que te lleves los 135 para decir que vas a ir a buscar altos históricos. De no darse así, vas claramente a estos 99, 99, 85 y 85 te podré llevar a 70. Vale, ya lo tenemos bastante claro por acá. 2 días, está aguantando el promedio del 9, casi le hicimos un front run a la parte baja de la zona azul. 121 sería la primera zona a no perder. Después tu promedio del 21 en los 118, 98, 119. Y de ahí los 111. Diaria, estás en la parte alta de la zona azul, pero te está rechazando como en la primaria la mujer que amabas. Y ahora podríamos, pero aguantó ahorita la caída al 21, que está en 122. Queremos aguantar esos 122, no perderlos. Aquí hay un gap en los 119. Queremos aguantar esos 119, que también es la media. Ese sería el mejor escenario. Ok, vamos a ponerlo sencillo para todos ustedes. Ahí les va. Eres alcista en esto y ya agregaste aquí abajo en los 112 y quieres ver continuación, quieres no llevarte los 119. Te llevas los 119 y después los 116, que es acá. Si te llegas a llevar los 116, muy probablemente vas a ir a los 99. Esta sería mi primera llamada. 99 debería de aguantar. No has tocado el promedio del 100 en un rato. Y es más, no creo que llegues a los 99. El promedio del 100 está aquí arriba. No has tocado ni el 55, cabrón. Estoy mamando nada más acá diciendo pendejadas. Desde abril no has tocado el 55. Lo único que estoy viendo acá arriba que me hizo un poco de debilidad es el 21 y el 9 cambiaron de lugares. El 21 está más alto que el promedio del 9. Y recuerden que siempre quieres ver el promedio más rápido, más alto, como el 5 que está aquí arriba. El 5 está en 124. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? Cierres por encima de 126 si somos alcistas. 126, 126, 126. Después de los 126, llevarte los 135, que son aquí arriba. Y después de los 135, debería llevarte a buscar estos 150 otra vez. Si eres bajista o bueno, quieres agregar a tu posición, yo diría, por ahora, 116 tiene buena cara, si es que no agregaste ya aquí abajo. Y yo me esperaría, porque va a llegar el momento donde los 100, 105, esta zona de acá debería aguantar también por un rato, estos 105. Este sería tu mejor escenario, tal vez. Ahora, todo esto se va a la mierda y esto sería más bajista que alcista. Si te llegas a llevar 99 para abajo, luego los 85, aquí abajo, te llegas a llevar los 85 para abajo, ahí vas a 70, 73 mínimo. Y ahí es donde debería de aguantar. Esa es una zona donde teníamos esto y esto que nos llevó al breakout. esta zona en los 73 debería aguantar técnicamente hablando. Tal vez llegaras a bajar tantito más, etcétera, pero esto sería extrema máxima oportunidad, pero esto sería en un mercado bastante bajista, en mi opinión, porque ¿cuánto sería la caída del máximo de 150 a 50%? Pon tu tecnología cae 70%, $45 podría ser el peor escenario de acuerdo a esta mamada, y eso ¿dónde está? Acá. Que igual fue una resistencia gigantesca acá, lo pueden ver. 45.70. Pero para que todo eso pase, primero tienes que perder 116, 112, después de los 112, 99, 85, después los 73. Por ahora tiene más cara de ser alcista, pero tiene que ajustar un poco. De nuevo, no has tocado el promedio del 100 desde abril. Yo esperaría primero ahí esa gran oportunidad en el promedio del 100. Ahí tendrías un rebote. Y eso debería dar continuación. Esto de las acciones yo no creo que esté cocinado todavía. Sería demasiado fácil. Demasiado. Es simplemente lo que yo creo que está pasando ahorita es que normalmente septiembre es un mes bajista, como lo es agosto, ¿no? Y te están vendiendo lo contrario. Ahora vamos a ver si es cierto. Vamos a ver si es cierto. Paso a paso. Pero ahí lo tienes, súper fácil. Alcista y quieres ser alcista con todo, 126, quieres cerrar por encima de 126. Quieres agregar a tu posición, probablemente la zona del 55, por ahí de los 114, 115 sea la siguiente oportunidad. La mejor oportunidad sería el promedio del 100 en los 102, que probablemente vaya a subir a 105, pero llévate los 99, yo pondría aguas. Esa sería una buena oportunidad si aguanta, pero si te los llegas a llevar para abajo por ahí de $2 más, estaría yo empezando a ver 85, de ahí 73, y el final, la oportunidad de oro sería 47. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Roblox. AI.
EOS.
ISO.
IOS. Oh.
IOS. It's a Japanese company.
Maybe the owner. This crypto coin is Japanese.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, wow, not a good coin. You know, I often just when I look at a chart like this, I just think, well, what's the lure? I mean, you have a terrible wick low. This was hopefully a liquidity grab that led to nothing. And so now what you're doing is you're just baiting longs here. While it looks like this chart is gearing up to just wipe down this low. As simple as that. The hopium was that this low was going to hold, but you just notice that any move up's getting sold down, staying under this weekly EMA 21, brewing a major breakdown. This wick low is my next objective, which is actually quite disgusting. 87% from this point. And that just leads to the question, well, how much lower can a chart that's already been sold off go? Well, a lot lower. So I'd be very cautious of this specific crypto coin. This is looking like it wants to make a new low on the Bitcoin pairing chart, which has big implications for, well, the actual Tether pairing. This is a nasty chart too. In one daily candle, mind you, or 2-day, and one 2-day candle, you went down 91%. That's crazy. So, you know, I have to be looking at this as a massive inefficiency that's eventually going to get filled out. And this could just be what forms a new range. It's big, but this very well could just be a massive range. That is the max hopium I can provide on this chart, is that this just continues to itch down, capitulate, rallies up, and just kind of ranges for the next few years at this point. Because if not, well, yeah, a new low is really primed up for this chart. You see here the bi-monthly got an EMA 5 rejection. Really nothing but air at this point. Last EMA 5 rejection gave us, I guess I already measured it, 93%. So just for my own curiosity, 90% would mean you're all the way back down to that wick low. So and lower, obviously, and you would have to have a bias of lower because this isn't a consistent downtrend. The argument is, well, why you on a 2-month? This doesn't have that much data. Sure, let's go to the weekly and see if that changes anything, and it doesn't. This is still in a weekly downtrend, consistent lower highs, and you could even just, you know, have a little trend line regression and showing, yeah, this is literally on the verge of a breakdown as we currently speak. And well, this HBDR is even telling you that you lose the median, you're going to see an aggressive dump all the way down to that 235 number. So just on the HBDR point of view, it's a 19% move. Try to get more data with it. We go to the 2-day. Oof. Yeah. So it's in breakdown. So are you scaling longs here, looking at this as support? No, you're looking at this as a massive concern, and this wick low seems like it's going to get swiped. So I thought it was important for EOS to really look at the BTC chart to kind of put it in perspective. This is not bullish, and this is not what you want as a bull. Rather, you should be looking for a short in this weekly candle going into September. Why would we be looking for a short? Well, it's simple. Lost support, reclaim support, liquidity grab. Now you're potentially losing support. You have a massive topping candle, all while potentially about to lose that 2.9 number into September. Little move up. You want to see this actually reject and make that aggressive move down. This kind of lines up nicely with our potential bearish bias into September. So we'll go to the Tether pairing now. I had a chart on this. I need to just go. Is this one, I think? Yeah. Look at the dollar. $31.9. Okay. So yeah, we'll just go to the Coinbase chart.
I hate that about the HBDR when he does that bullshit.
I hate it too. Very annoying. Makes no sense when it does that. And so what do you have here? I mean, just consistent lower highs visually, monthly. On the monthly, visually, you can see this, right? Whenever I just like show price divergence, this is a good example on why. Each month, you have an obvious objective on where you need to take out that high to like go up, right? Into this month, you need to take out this month's high. Into July, you need to take out June's high. Into August, you need to take out July's high. This is very bearish. Not able to do that. Bears are totally in control. And even on this perspective on the monthly, my next objective is right into that 29-cent region. But you're noticing that monthly EMA 34 doesn't have a lot of data. And even shown on this chart here, this is a pretty massive gap. It's just very similar to the Bitcoin pairing view, essentially. Looks like a breakdown. I'll draw this better. It looks like in the midst of a breakdown on this weekly, you're looking for a bearish retest around the 33 cents, targeting around 22 cents, and it can aggressively go there. You saw this play out nicely here. Lost support, bearish retest, and then for the last 3 weeks, you just had down until you hit support, even overshooting it. And here, could not get above 33 cents, and you were just kind of stuck under there for 1 week, 2 weeks, and then you had the breakout. But at this point, you still made a move down to the range lows, solidifying this range, telling you, yeah, no FOMO, you're at the top side of resistance. 33 cents needs to get reclaimed, or you're just still in the midst of a 35% range. So on this perspective, it's the same thing. Watch this weekly close, watch 33 cents. If you lose 33 cents, this was support. Now you're going to be looking into September to see if it SR flips. What was support ideally does flip into resistance, and then you get an easy target down to that 22-cent region. I don't think 22 cents will hold, but I will have to just say this was like a bullish reclaim. You got a nice busting action move. If you do make your way down to 22 cents, you should be gauging that as support. But again, I don't think that's going to hold just simply based on the trend. If you're coming that close to this low, you really do have to just put in the question if we're about to make a new lower low. Lower low, and next target for me will just simply be using this wick high. It's like a range. This is what Alt provides you with, a range. So you can use this wick high and this wick high. I'll make it more convenient for
What
me.
a shitty ass 2-month candle too.
Yeah, terrible. I mean, terrible. And the monthly, look at this. It's just like, what was the hopium here?
Yeah. Well, the
Like,
liquidity
literally,
grab
what
at the
hopium?
bottom is like the trick. like it's making people think that was the bottom, and it also creates a very, very, very horrible invalidation because it's
Yeah.
really far away.
Yeah, it does.
Where you're
Yeah,
going.
exactly.
Yeah.
No, you said it correctly. Yeah, exactly. It's just this, it's very predatory. It's mainly shown on the BTC pairing because, right, you don't really have that wick
Yeah.
on this chart. But yeah, when I see this on the BTC pairing on any chart, really, I'm looking at this as like a trap. Yes, you got amazing buyback, but then what occurred after this? Chop and just slow bleed
Lower
down.
highs.
Lower highs, the slow bleed down. It's like a time capitulation here rather than price capitulation. Just slowly making its way down to here after all that. Because you have to imagine too, if you did buy and you're long, this was a really amazing, but then like you just instantly took another 33% haircut, got a little move up, but then this just turned into a bearish, not even a bearish retest. No, never mind. Just another rejection of the 21. Whenever you see something rejecting a 21 this easily, this is max bearish. It's just weak. It's not strong. Couldn't even get above the 34. And you couldn't even get a closing basis above the 21. Terrible. So, yeah, this chart's looking like it wants to make a new low. Watch 33 cents into next week. I do think 33 cents will provide you a trade. And yeah, I do think this will be an easy short potentially. You've already taken out the lows here, so any kind of mean reversion move to 33 cents and or using the weekly 9 as your extremity high makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. And the 5-day SMA 200 literally tells you that. Like, just wait for the weekly, the 5-day, play the SMA 200 on the 5-day, and this will give you confirmation of your breakdown. It was consistent. Like, what were you saying?
You tapped it 1,000,000 times already.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, when I see something like this just gives me like an easy roadmap. Okay, cool. Let's wait for this to get lost. Watch for that bearish retest. Already something we were looking for. And then this can give you an actionable trade. Yes, you can have a hard stop loss here, but any 5-day reclaim at 33 cents cut the trade. So this is like, yeah, this is just telling you support, support, support. Major moves off this. So now to the downside, if you lose it, you shouldn't disregard it. And this should give you an easy trade. It did last time. I mean, I guess easy in quotation marks. Now that I look at it a little closer, you just had chop. You then lost it, and then you just rejected the 5. So you couldn't even put in a bearish retest. But again, what kind of told you in the midst of the chop that this was bearish? Well, again, just the lower highs. This can always help you. Like, okay, we've lost support. Okay, we've reclaimed it. So on this candle, I need to see this wick take out this wick high. Oh no, lower time frames are turning bearish. This is why then the 5-day weekly can help if you're gauging, like a monthly and so forth. So then for the 5-day, just be gauging a daily here. So like, yes, chop is annoying, but in the charts, it always does tell you before. Nothing's ever random in trading. You will often get your triggers. Here, the daily lost the 9. Couldn't reclaim the 9. Then you dumped from the 9. Extremity highs were off that 21. You would have just looked to the left and said, yeah, rejected here. So let me look at that scenario. Let me go short. Oh, look, shooting star, EMA 21 rejection, confirmation of losing the 9. Let me open a short here, straight to business. And the reason I'm saying this is because when I obviously look at a 5-day or weekly, people can say, well, yeah, that's easy to say, like hindsight, obviously. But no, there's like legitimate things on the charts that tell you in the lower time frames if we're going to go down or up. It's just up to you to identify that. So on this chart, it looks like we're in the midst of a breakdown. Watch 22 cents. I do think that's coming up. And you could actually see that as little as into next month, I do believe. It's a massive dump at current price action. And honestly, if this is going to give me an easy short, I may take this, actually. Like, truly, I'm not even joking, because if this is just going to be like a 30% straight to business downside, then like, yeah, this is life-changing money if you catch that. And I mean, when I look at something like this, it was basically straight to business. So kind of the idea, watch 33 cents, really gauge though, like the 5-day and the weekly. I mean, you can be aggressive on the daily if you want, but understand you may get chopped out here. You may like get a little chopped out. That's why I want to just watch the 5-day, the weekly, and I want to use that 5-day SMA 200 as the trigger. Depending on how you draw this, remember these are all subjective. I could have drawn it like this, and then like this, and I could have said, oh yeah, it'll line up with the bearish retest. I don't draw those like that. I take it from the low and then match up from the wick lows. So even here, this is in the midst of a breakdown, and you very easily can make a little higher move up, bearish retest. It's an altcoin. But as long as you know where your risk is and where you're wrong, I do think this is an easy short. So play trend, watch that 5-day SMA 200, watch 33 cents. And if you get that higher time frame closing basis is like a weekly 5-day under 33 cents, into September, watch that bearish retest targeting 22 cents. Could be a very easy trade. Something like this. You just lose support, and then any move up, just a short zone. Like imagine you just had shorted this with the same idea, and then you caught this, TP'd, opened another short. Like, that's you can make like 6 figures in in like a month on just an
like
easy trade.
20 cents.
Literally, that would be crazy. Like, yeah, you're talking about 33%. You can make like 3,000% if you're leveraging up as we do.
If you're a tomatito.
Yeah, literally. Hashtag them. So, not a good chart for bulls. Look for a short on this in September. Where am I wrong on this? Where am I bullish instantly? And where can we look for higher? There's always an invalidation. Well, simply getting back above 33 cents, making your move up to around the daily EMA 100, sitting around 37 cents will do it for me. And then you just simply need to see 37 cents hold. You're now in a new range, and logically you'll look for 44 cents. And maybe then we'll put this down, get a little dirty with it. I don't know. We'll just have to see with time. But yeah, not bullish until you're back above 37 cents. So anything under that, yeah, is just very, very weak. And the easy trade will be that 33-cent bearish retest.
Thank you, senor. For the next one, the never-ending range of Inovix.
Oh, nice. I haven't looked at that in a minute, so.
What was my
I have. It's just been ranging.
What's new then? What's new?
Exactly. God damn.
God, I love looking at it on the 2-week or monthly. Inovix is just terrible. It is just a range. The chart
it's just a range. It's a range play.
God. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
What was my again?
Yours. 1 second. BYD.
Oh yeah.
Your Chinese friends. BYD DY. There you go. Estamos viendo, estimados, AIOZ, ¿ok? Esta cosa acaba de hacer, después de este máximo, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, y va para bajar más. Estás viendo que también no puede pasar, voy a usar mi plumoncillo esto, no podemos pasar de acá en los máximos, y mucha gente dirá, y estoy seguro que todo el mundo le están pintando esta tabla así. Güey, viene alt season, por lo que esto tiene más probabilidad de reventar a la alza, por supuesto. ¿Cómo de que no? Sí. Güey, has perdido el promedio del 9 desde febrero y no lo has podido recuperar ni una sola vez. El 21 también. Y ahora en la mensual, tu promedio del 5, que es el más rápido, cayó entre el 34 y el 21. Y pronto el 9 va a cambiar por el 21. Esto es más bajista que alcista por mucho cuando pones probabilidades. Además de que tienes una vela súper topera con follow through justamente acá. Y lo mismo con esta. Así que lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo de 25 centavos para irte a la completa mierda en lo que sigue. Además de eso, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en tu movimiento lateral, donde está literalmente haciendo altos más bajos. Y de nuevo, sí, bajos más altos, pero estás a punto de empezar a llevártelos por acá. Lo primero que tengo que decir, si en la mensual estoy viendo que estás tapeando el 34, lo vuelves a tapear, probablemente lo vas a volver a tapear. A cierto punto tienes que romper la puerta para poder dar continuación y seguir a la baja. Eso es lo que más voy a favorecer, porque a la alza no. Tiene más probabilidad de perder una vez más por la debilidad que demuestra este cruce. Y este cruce, que es el mismo 5 cruzando por debajo el 5 y el 5 por debajo del 9 y el 21. Y pronto estará por debajo del 34. Marquen mis palabras, tíos. Márquenlas. Marquen ahora. 2 por 1. 2 semanas. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más a esta jugada. Quiero ver algo acá. Esto es algo que me da curiosidad. No, no puedo hacer eso. Eso sería una gatada. Ok. No, nada que ver. Ok. En lo que estamos viendo esto, podemos ver que además tenemos acá en temporalidades más cortas como la de 2 semanas, puedes ver que el 34 está por ahora por encima del 21, 55 está aquí abajo y no ha ni subido ni bajado, el 9 está por debajo del 55 y el 5 está por debajo de todos. Esto es más negativo. Y además, si conectas los mínimos, tienes un breakdown que está ocurriendo en tiempo real en este momento. Y sé que te ha dado flashazos para abajo, pero lo ha aguantado bastante bien. Este es tu breakdown. Y esto sería más fácil hacerle un corto que cualquier otra cosa. Vamos a la semanal. Te va a contar un poco de lo mismo, además del rechazo del 9, perdiste el promedio del 9, tienes una vela topera justamente acá, vela topera que te dio seguimiento y ahora estás por debajo del promedio del 9 con la siguiente vela, por debajo del promedio del 9 y rechazo el promedio del 5 con todos los promedios al revés. Esto es un corto, o sea, corto, corto. Y ahora esta chingadera probablemente lo que vaya a hacer es esto y ahí por fin caer. Y esto está en los 38 centavos. Ese nivel. Es donde probablemente vaya a joder a todo el mundo ahorita que te quieran meter en corto. Va a haber 2 oportunidades de corto. O esta, aquí abajo en los 33, o el extremo en los 38. ¿Cuál de las dos vas a tomar? ¿No? Y ahora, tu invalidación está bastante arriba. Tu invalidación y la que yo usaría, pero esta madre hace demasiadas locuras como esta vela, por ejemplo. Tu invalidación está aquí arriba. Serían los 46 centavos. Yo personalmente me meto acá en los 30, si me metiera en este trade de los 38, yo me salgo por encima de los, puta madre, 41 centavos. Es lo que usaría el SMA 100 junto con esta vela en la semanal. En la de 5 días es donde Alex lo pone perfectamente. Ve cuántas veces has tapeado el SMI 200. Tapeas, 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 lo estás perdiendo. Deja que lo pierdas, vas a regresar a retestearlo y ahí es donde haces el corto. Junto con esta línea meme o esta línea de aquí arriba, una vez más, los 38 centavos es el extremo. Esto es bajista de madre. No creo que haya mucho más que decir de esto, así que voy a saltarme todas las mamadas y decirles honestamente, esto se ve de la verga. Oportunidad bajista en retesteo de los 33 centavos hasta los 38 para poder entrar en un corto y dar continuación. ¿Dónde pondría mi take profit? Arriba de los 25 centavos yo, que es este mínimo, porque al principio te va a engañar de que no va a ser un nuevo mínimo y yo quiero el dinero rápido, por ahí de los 27. Vamos a ver cuánto sería eso. Un 13%. Ahora, eventualmente esta mamada va a venir otra vez a los 17 centavos. Si tienes paciencia y no mucho apalancamiento, probablemente te salga ese trade y ese trade sería potente. ¿Cómo invalidas esto? Sencillo. Llévate esta línea meme en los 46 centavos y empieza a cerrar por encima, que solamente lo hiciste una vez acá. La invalidación de esto bajista, cierres por encima de 45 centavos diarios o de cualquier tipo que gustes. Pero por ahora esto es más bajista que altista, tíos. Vámonos con BYD. Señor, would you please share the Chinese chart? The China chart.
China, or however Donald pronounces it.
China.
I've never been able to get it.
And
That's
we
just one
won't.
of those
Me
things
either.
that's uniquely him. Just
Yeah.
can't do it.
He can only do it so well.
Alright, so I'm gonna start with the quarterly. Right now, it's looking like we're getting a little bit of a breakdown. Let's see how much we are currently down from the highs. we are down about 33.8%. We're starting to lose the 38.2%. First target is going to be somewhere around that quarterly 9 EMA. The 9 EMA is where we found our bottom last time before we went up to new all-time highs. The 9 right now sits at about $12.50, $12.54. If you look at momentum, momentum is still pointed to the upside, with volatility still in an expansion phase, and you still have a buy signal on the jewel. So overall, long term on the quarterly, it's still looking bullish. It's more leaning to the side of getting a bounce off of this 9 EMA and then maybe grinding at a higher low here, while this median starts to move up. You can tap the median and then move to new all-time highs. What's likely going to confirm that is going to be the monthly. Let's check out the monthly. Monthly is currently flipping to the downside, putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Volatility is in a contraction phase. And if you look at the monthly losing the 38.2%, that would and the 9 EMA would give us a target between the median and the 21 EMA, putting you at that basically exact same $12.50 area, getting a nice reconnect with our monthly median. And as long as that median is holding and that 21 EMA, likely this is going to be our next higher low. That'll put in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low and send it up to somewhere around like $20 to maybe $21. Currently, there is a sell signal on the jewel, but there's a more bullish cross in the background with the pink crossing above the yellow, which is more powerful than the sell signal. What's likely to happen based off of that is that it's going to come down towards the edge of the bullish control zone, put in some hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low, and then start to flip back around. Let's note. 2-week is starting to get heavily within the bearish control zone, while volatility is starting to expand, telling you likely somewhere soon you're going to be hitting your local bottom. Even if we're bearish, you're likely going to get a bounce soon because of how low momentum is getting. That'd probably be somewhere between this 55 EMA and this 95%, putting you somewhere around like 1260, 1250. There is a bearish cross on the jewel right now on the 2-week with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. Let's mark this with a vertical line. I'm curious what this does. The Chinese need to hire Robert locks to prevent these crosses.
Giving my man a new job.
They're kicking her job. Oh, very similar number. 47, 47. $25. This one went up 4%, down 27, very close to 25. And this one so far is down about 7%. If we do it about 25%, brings us a lot lower than that $12 area. Brings us to the 100 EMA, which is around $10.90. And 27% brings us to about $10.57. Now keep that $10.57 number in the back of your mind, because we're about to go to the monthly. And if you check out the monthly, oh, $10.56 is the bottom 38.2%. Very interesting. Very interesting. And it's right along that 55 EMA. The 55 EMA is where we made our last major bottom, right at around like $7.50 before we exploded up to tap $20. Very interesting. And we have not tested that 55 EMA since then. That would be a nice 50% or almost 50% dumpski from the highs, testing the 55 EMA. These HPDR ranges will step up, and then we bust off. And that would be very fucky move to everyone who's long from this zone here, who are up several X's, several 100%. I mean, Like, if you were to take that from here, that's up almost 100%. To come back down 40, 47, almost 50%, and it still would be a higher low technically. That would also just put in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low and this low on momentum. Are Chinese stocks that fucky like that? I don't know.
I
don't
have
look
no
at them.
idea. I'm not a Chinese stock market investor.
And this one is on OTC markets. It's not on the American market, I think.
Yeah, I don't fuck around with anything China because they take him off, they put him back like it's like a stupid never-ending game.
Yeah, that's what Crown said. His mentor also told him never to touch Chinese stocks.
Yeah, I legitimately think only retards play Chinese stocks on the long term. On the long term.
Government just come in and seize the entire company.
Yeah. And which, by the way, we're starting to do now.
Or there's been threats to seize SpaceX.
It's pretty well, no, not seizing. We're starting to buy companies publicly like China did in 2020, and everyone said that it's so wrong. And now it's happening here. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. There's been some Democrat senators calling for the government to nationalize SpaceX.
Well, they say whatever is gonna make people just fucking go nuts. Those hey, by the way, those fucking geniuses, motherfuckers.
They're getting both sides riled up.
Yeah, of course. That's the only thing that matters.
Smart.
Yeah.
On the weekly, you're getting a nice front run of that median, getting a nice rejection of this 9 EMA after you got the 9 crossing down the 21, and you're all the way below the 50%, not just 38.2%, losing the 55 EMA. That would bring you likely because so you're taking out this last major low, you have nothing but air until this area here. It brings you towards the 200, right around like $11. A lot closer to that $10.50, 38.2% on the monthly. Weekly is starting to flip down into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. There is still some possible bullish divergence because you're still making a higher low from this low here, while price is making a lower low. It's going to be difficult to confirm that though. You're going to have to close over about $14.89. And then if you do confirm that, that'll give you a target of this 38.2% around like $17. Let's go to the 5-day. 5 days also flipped down, basically same exact look as the weekly with the possible bullish divergence. Same number to confirm, 1489, same target basically. 2 days also flipping to the downside with possible bullish divergence, still making a higher low on momentum. You 2-day would have to close above $15.19 to confirm. That would give you a target of about, let's see, somewhere around $17 also. 2 days still giving you a buy signal on the jewel. Interesting. But you want to see it maintain closes over this 38.2%, or that's not going to be relevant, which is at $13.65. Daily is also flipped to the downside. However, daily does not have any bullish divergence possible because you're making lower lows on momentum with higher lower lows on price, and volatility is now expanding. You're starting to lose the buy signal on the jewel, but you do have that pink crossing above the yellow, which is more powerful than this one here. So it is more probability that this will start to flip, come all the way down to the bearish control zone and then flip back up. But this coming down to the bearish control zone can give you a nice jump on price. It can go down all the way to $10.50 before that happens.
It's crazy how fucky it is with the close at 1327 and the other, like right now, the low that we have is 1327. So that you don't know if it's really gonna get a lower low or not. Fucking genius.
And then right before the confirmation, it's gonna bust one way, so you don't really have time to catch the move.
Yeah, to do anything. Fucking amazing.
And then they say the market's not rigged.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a free market. You're the one moving everything. When they give you your Fed news, it's all of us buying like $20 worth of Tesla and Bitcoin that makes the market move up and down. Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You know,
just like how it was the Redditors that made GameStop's stock go up.
Yeah, they did it. They did it. They just haven't been able to do it again. But they definitely did it that one time.
Hilarious how anyone actually believes it was retail that made GameStop go up.
They
One of the
won.
stupidest
They got
people on
ahead.
earth.
The
I
man
gotta
won.
say, I gotta say, I'm gonna give him credit for this. There's that dude. His name is Ian Carroll, the conspiracy theorist guy that is everywhere now. That dude made me realize how stupid I was for it. Thinking, I was like, this dude is looking conspiracy theories on Wikipedia. He's literally just finding information on Wikipedia and saying that it's like accurate and it's definitely real. And
What's
that
his name?
dude,
Wait, who?
Ian Carroll,
Ian
and that
Carroll.
dude comes from and he's claim to fame. Well, not his claim to fame. What he did before he started getting into conspiracies that never worked out was he was an expert, according to himself, on GME, and he would say that GME's about to blow up all the time, and I counter traded him, and I fucking killed it, and I was like, all right. And that's when I started to realize, I was like, all of these people that say there's something, they're terrible at it. And then when because people would send me his videos, and I was like, this dude is finding shit on Wikipedia. Imagine the government was so sloppy that they literally just left all of the like the Kennedy assassination information on Wikipedia. Like,
It's all just there, actually.
yeah, it's all just
On
publicly
Wikipedia.
available to you.
And
Anyone
they
can
trained
just
us
find
growing
it.
up not to trust Wikipedia for that exact reason.
It's unreal. Unreal. And he's made like a fucking amazing career off of it, by the way. You got to give it to the guy because everyone's so stupid that no one realizes anything.
And then plus, no matter how ridiculous it sounds or what your sources are, if people agree with you, they're not going to question you.
Yeah, no, dude, he was even on Joe Rogan. Again,
Yeah, I
these
was
are
about to
people
say
that,
that.
these are
he's
people
doing
that
Joe
find
Rogan.
information on Wikipedia that say the government's hiding. It's unreal. I hope that soon he finds on a Google search who killed Kennedy. That'd be amazing.
Hey, I heard it was Ted Cruz's father.
Yeah.
I heard Ted Cruz's father killed Kennedy. Donald told me
If
that.
it's, I've only believe it if it's on Wikipedia. Okay, that's the only way I'll believe it. Fine, until you show me the article on Wikipedia.
I think there probably is one. This is one of the funniest things from the 2016 election, when the guy says, "I think his father had something to do with the Kennedy assassination."
Oh my God, unbelievable! That's so good. This is so good. God, reality's so fun.
So on the even the 4-hour on this thing is looking quite bearish, but it's getting to very extreme areas on momentum, getting all the way down to the 87.7% range. The last time we came to this zone, we came all the way down to the 97.5% of the HPDR. We got a little bit of a bounce, consolidated for a little bit, and then we got to move down. And right now, if you were to go to the 97.5%, it's right around that $12.60, $12.70 area, which is along our quarterly 9 EMA. Very likely you are going to get somewhat of a bounce in that zone, likely some consolidation like we did over here, before we come down to that $10.50 number. Probably going to be very tedious chop in between after tapping that quarterly 9 EMA before getting that move down to the 10s. BYD. Quarterly still got active hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $10.58. Oh, that's a nice number. Perfect tap of that area. And the next target is the simple moving average and the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $14.60, $14 to $15. Monthly, nothing. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. 5 days. Oh, never mind. It's invalidated. 2 days now, putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be confirmed with any close below about 13. What number is that? $14.04. Going to give you an easy target hitting this 200 SMA right around like $11.40. See what the RSI targets would be. A little too low. This is going to update in 3 hours and 42 minutes, but the critical zone would be $6. Likely this updates a lot.
We're
2 days got a fresh.
About the BYD.
Hmm?
Sorry, nothing. Absolutely
say?
not.
No.
I said,
I
a
didn't hear.
lot of people are going to buy the BYD. Oh, great car. Great car.
President Xi say, President Xi.
Ich hatte BYD, President Xi bought the BYD. Sorry, everyone. It's Friday. I don't know what it has to do with being racist, but it's Friday.
Hey, racism unites us. Racism unites all people.
That's where I'm gonna forget about Cup Gang. Racism unites us is gonna be the next one.
Hey, what does that spell?
Racism unites us. Are you
Russ?
Russ.
Russ.
Oh, no. You're right. Unites us. Rue. Yeah. Rue.
Yeah, Rue.
There you
Get
go.
your Rue hats here. Racism unites us. And watch, if there's ever an alien invasion, it's going to be the quickest all humans come together to be racist against aliens.
Well, soon the racism against AI will be what unites us, in my opinion. And we're already seeing the itchings of it.
Those clankers. Those damn clankers.
Buckets of
those
bull.
tin skins.
Well,
bucket of bolts.
Yeah. When there's more robots everywhere than humans, yeah, which there will be at some point.
And then you'll see actual people get offended by it. Like actually get offended when someone
defend the robot.
Oh, I see it now. I see it now on Twitter. I see it now on Twitter when people get offended at the slurs for AI.
By the way, am I not going to believe that? No, I know how stupid everyone is. Come on, we were just talking about people looking conspiracy theories on Wikipedia and presenting them as real. So, I don't know how much more stupid we can get than that.
Like if you guys saw the paragraph I sent of nothing but AI slurs, I got that from Twitter. The responses to that post were funny. Where people were like, "You don't have to say this."
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Like AI is gonna kill us all because of this. No, AI is probably gonna kill us all either way. But
I have many conspiracy theories for you that are not found on Wikipedia. I actually think the alien thing is a real thing that they're saying, but not the way they're saying. And then I'll share with you later.
On the 2-day, we got a fresh silver cross to the downside. This move up that we got literally basically just retested the silver cross, didn't even make it up to the 21, and then started to lose the 9 EMA. Now you're getting that move down to the 200 with a hit active drive and hitting bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below $15.19. You're already within the critical zone, so you can't really give you much of a target. I can change the settings and start to get more of a relevant target. We're at 20 right now. So what do I change it to? Critical level, we'll change it to about 18. Gives us a zone of about $12.79. Interesting. That lines up very nicely with that quarterly 9 EMA. Just change the settings. You'll get something you like.
There you go. Putting in practice, preaching what you do. There you go.
Exactly. Or nothing. Go to momentum. Interesting to see that. Quarterly is freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1286. Lines up with that quarterly 9 EMA a little bit. And are you putting in? Yep, quarterly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows, making higher lows on price. And that is confirmed, by the way. And we're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level ever on the quarterly. Monthly is however flipped to the downside. You're getting volatility contraction, telling you likely you're going to make a higher low, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're below 1866. That monthly 21 lines up with the quarterly 9. 2-week is also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 1750. And 2-week is not really, because you're taking out this previous low, so there's no divergence possible. Weekly is also flipped to the downside, close to getting volatility expansion, but not yet. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1458. 5 days also flipped to the downside. However, 5 days is still in volatility expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1505. 2 days also freshly flipping to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1384. Dyslexia. Daily is freshly flipped to the downside with volatility now expanding from extreme lows with a derp of death rejecting the bullish control zone, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1463. Even the 4 hours now flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's not even close to topping out yet. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're trading below 1507. So on the higher time frames, it's still leaning to the bullish side with quarterly momentum freshly flipping up in a volatility expansion state from the lowest levels of volatility ever. But that doesn't rule out a move down to somewhere around the 9 EMA for a little bit of a bounce, which also lines up with the monthly 21 EMA. If that bounce ends up taking us back over around $17.07, then high probability that is going to be the macro low, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking us to new all-time highs. But if you don't get a bounce that takes us back over 1707, likely going to come down to somewhere around $10.50, and that lines up with the monthly bottom 38.2%, and very high probability that from there the quarterly is going to take over, and you're going to shoot up from there to new all-time highs, while the HPDR ranges can step up, and that $12 60, 1270 zone does line up for a short-term bounce also on the HPDR, because you're going to be hitting the 97.5%. So you're likely going to get one of those moves where you consolidate for a little bit after tapping that 12s, and then assuming you fail to get back over 1707, we're likely going to test 1050s. And from there, you will have that monthly and quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And the invalidation right now, let's see, not that. I would use either a tick below about $7.27 or a weekly close below about 1050. Either one of those two things, and likely this thing is going to be fucked. But my bias right now is a little bit of a bounce at around 1250, 1260. About that bounce fails, and then tap 1060, 1050, and then consolidate and send it to new all-time highs.
Very nice, Senor. Thank you. Then we're going to do Lucid, the Arab car company, my friend. Of course, lots of car companies in this show. We must see what's going on with price. Lots of people bought the Lucid at 38 and they're holding like idiots. And I'm honestly just waiting to enter. I have I want to put a good amount of money into it, but I need people to start saying they need to fire the CEO. And I haven't seen that yet. So once I see that, I'll buy it. I know there's going to be
a final capitulation. They would have lost more money buying the stock than the car.
It's usually not one of the few. It's one of the few car stocks. Actually, with Rivian too, by the way. It'll go back to those highs. It will eventually. But right now, anyone who bought the IPO of Rivian is fucked.
God, this chart. Lucid. I mean, I think it looks worse. I mean, yeah, you're right though. Rivian and Lucid, yeah, yikes. You would have been better off just buying the car than the stock.
Yeah,
and you know, people were like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy this at $30." It's like when you could have bought Tesla stock, and all those people bought the Tesla car. And
that was me.
Using that same.
I bought the car in 2016, and that money I spent on the car would have been so much fucking money.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Same here. Same here, buddy. Same here.
pretty sure that 70K would probably be worth somewhere around like $1 million after the 2020 spike up.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. Yeah. So there you go. Good job, Fart. No, I'm just kidding. I also did the same thing.
Correct.
All righty. Thank you. Vamos a ver rápido BYD. ¿Y saben qué? Lo quiero poner en las 2 semanas, simplemente crear esta belleza en este momento. Denme un segundo. Justamente esta zona. Esta zona es la que me interesa. Vale, 11.24. Este rango que es justamente acá. Esta la voy a poner así. Y aquí arriba es justamente esta. Me gusta más esta. Y esta lo voy a poner así. Zona de fricción, justamente estamos en ella. Listo. Ok. Y aquí abajo para el rango de abajo, en un segundito. Ahí está. Y así es como invento todas mis pendejadas, para que sepan. ¿No? Cuando, me encanta cuando voy a un restaurante y la gente, bueno, estoy fumando una juca y la gente entra y dice, uy, ¿cómo sabes qué es esto? Deberías de ver lo estúpido que soy en poner esto. No tengo ni idea. Así que no sigan los consejos del tío Salo, por el amor de Dios. Solamente quiero hacer esto para darme una buena idea y referencia de dónde estamos parados en esto. ¿Ok? Vale. BYD, empresa de coches, todos lo sabemos, China, etcétera. Vamos a la trimestral, tienen bastantes datos desde el 2008, que fue cuando fue creada, tuvo su tope. Esto funcionó literalmente al revés que el mercado de la bolsa en Estados Unidos. Pueden ver que el 2008, 2009 veníamos de aquí abajo. Ah, no, en realidad no. Después tuvo su tope en el 2010. Bueno, 2009, 2010. Eso no pasó en la bolsa en México, digo, en Estados Unidos. Y esta zona bastante importante, esta zona para BYD de los $3. Le costó bastante trabajo poder pasarla desde el 2009 hasta el 2020. ¡Wow! 10 años. Después reventó a la alza y de acá le tomó ¿cuántos años? 2020 al 2000 para oficialmente romper. 2025, 5 años. Está haciéndose más rápido este pedo. Ok, con eso dicho y puesto estrecho, pueden ver que estamos justamente retestando el promedio del 5 en este momento en BYD. Tenemos una vela de indecisión. ¿Qué es una vela de indecisión? Este es un doji. Para la gente que esté aprendiendo análisis técnico y está aprendiendo sus velas, tienes el cuerpo de la vela justamente, la parte gorda, es esta vela roja de la que estoy hablando, en la mitad y tienes toda esta parte flaquita para arriba y para abajo. Y esto es un doji, te dice no sé si para arriba o para abajo. Ahora, estos dojis en topes pueden ser bajistas si tienes un cierre por debajo de la parte baja del doji. Y eso es literalmente donde está esta línea meme, por ahí de los 13, me parece que son 13.27, 13.27. Y justamente ahorita el mínimo de esta vela son 13.27. Entonces, a esta vela todavía le falta 1 mes y 2 días para cerrar, pero si ves que cierra por debajo de los 13.27, esta madre va para abajo. Y probablemente tu siguiente visita vaya a ser el promedio del 9 por ahí de los 11.89. Voy a poner el HPDR para darnos un poco de confirmación y bias en lo que estoy diciendo. Uy, ¿quién lo viera? No, estamos cayendo en la parte de la zona azul. Al caer, lo que te debe aguantar es el promedio del 5 y si no te aguanta el promedio del 9, los 11.89. De no aguantarte, tu media se encuentra en los 10.61, 10.50. Y acá, si no llega a aguantar, siguiente objetivo deberían de ser 9 dólares. Ahora, cuando caes de todo esto y rompes todo esto, tienes más probabilidades del 61.8%, que serían los 7.76, que no haría que te lleves estos mínimos. Esto sería la oportunidad más potente, en mi opinión, para poder adquirir un poco de esa empresa china de coches eléctricos, BYD. Mensual. Mensual tenemos una vela topera y tenemos seguimiento instantáneo con un cierre por debajo de la parte baja. Recuerda, en una vela topera como esta, donde el 25% del cuerpo, el 25% de la vela es el cuerpo y está en la parte baja, tiene seguimiento siempre y cuando el cierre que sigue es por debajo de, cerró por debajo de, por debajo de, por debajo de. Estás perdiendo el promedio del 9, estás cayendo en la zona azul. Siguiente objetivo debería de ser la media, que está en los 12.50. Y de ahí que Dios te ampare porque el 34 probablemente no te vaya a aguantar en los 11.71 y ahí vayas a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 10.54. Ahora, ¿no ha retesteado esto desde cuándo? Desde agosto, noviembre del 2023, agosto del 2024. Esto dice que probablemente venía a retestear el promedio del 21 y el 34 vayan a aguantar. Por aquí de los 11.70 le estoy dando más preferencia a eso. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo. Bueno, En la de 2 semanas te está diciendo que esta volatilidad está expandiendo, todavía no es oficial. ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar esta vela? Hoy, si esta vela cierra tal cual y puedes ver que esto se queda así, esta volatilidad está confirmando expansión a la baja y puedes ver que el 97% está en los 11.24, 25, que es donde está también el EMA 100. Y eso sería una excelente oportunidad para agregar a BYD en los 11.24. ¿Qué es lo que yo creo que va a pasar? Ese puede que sea el encontronazo, el fin y después para arriba. Sobre todo porque esta es la zona de breakout oficial. Una vez que rompiste por encima de los 11.27, 11.27, tuviste esos movimientos agresivos a la parte alta. Y si no, como mínimo a donde encuentras la zona de fricción en mi tabla, que es en los 13.34, más o menos donde está el precio ahorita. Y eso señalaría básicamente un buen fondillo. No fundillo, fondillo. Promedio del 100 en nuestra tabla acá, ya estamos en el 61.8%, es lo que nos está aguantando en la semanal. Y de haber continuación, tienes el promedio del 100 en los 12.76. Aquí abajo tienes el S&P 200, que sería el extremo más grande. Por lo que si llegas a caer a esta zona, es donde vas a encontrarte con la mayor probabilidad, con la mejor ganga posible. Y es fácil de invalidar, ahorita se los voy a enseñar. Vamos a la diaria. La diaria tienes esta expansión de volatilidad ante la caída y esto nos puede llevar a extremos porque está solamente aquí abajo. Ahora, ¿dónde está el 15%? En un segundo, aquí. Voy a poner mi línea meme para que lo puedan ver todos ustedes y ver que BYD viene de uno de los puntos más bajos y a BYD le gusta ir hasta extremos, ¿ok? ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que puedes caer hasta el 97% o, en el peor escenario, 100% en los 10, casi $10, 9.50, que es probablemente, sería la oportunidad de oro, digamos. Esta es la de plata y esta es la de bronce, para poder agregar a tu posición de BYD. Y ahí les va, resumido. BYD tiene cara que quiere ajustar. Podría tranquilamente aquí, donde está, rebotar e ir a buscar los máximo histórico. Lo único que tendría que hacer es que este rebote pueda romper los 16.87. Rompes los 16.87 a la alza y vas a empezar a pensar en nuevos máximos históricos. Y por ahora, lo que esperaría yo por esta zona de fricción, porque una vez que entras en una zona de fricción, recuerda, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Tienes rebotes importantes. Lo que yo esperaría es un rebote de vuelta al S&P 200 y ahí que continúe su bajada, no sé a cuál de estos objetivos, y después continúe a la alza. Podría caer más. El mejor escenario sería el 100% en la diaria, estos 9.50. Pero tiene más cara de que está ajustando y te va a dar una oportunidad de compra de que ya se va a ir al pito. Para toda la gente preguntando si este es el fin del mercado alcista, en mi opinión todavía no. Ahora no sé cómo funcione China comparado con nosotros, pero no, sería muy fácil que ahorita se caiga el mercado y todo el mundo ya tenga miedo. El mercado va a caer cuando todo el mundo esté diciendo que es imposible que caiga y no está esa euforia todavía ahí. Apenas está ajustando, por cierto, vean lo que está panicando a todo el mundo. Este es el S&P 500. Un retasteo del promedio del 9 después de hacer altos históricos en los 6.500. Esto es lo que tiene a todo el mundo de que si ya cerró el mercado y se va a caer todo. No, tranquilos, carnales. Tranquilos. Mr. Alex, we're ready for you. With Lucid.
No, Inovix. The chart.
Oh, Inovix. Good,
yeah.
good. Thank you.
Lucid would be a little more fun, but Inovix is actually not the worst right now. I guess I shouldn't delete this. So we had a bias.
It's actually good to trade it, by the way.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah. If you respect this range and you trade it like such, you often can make the most amount of money playing a range.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're very well prepared. You know, if you start taking out these lows, specifically right at $8.54, you're potentially getting a breakdown. And if you start taking out this high at $17.27, you're potentially getting a breakout. So respecting the range can kind of keep you well informed on whatever chart you're trading. And majority of things do range. So on Inovix, we were gauging, this I guess was forming a channel. We were watching volatility contract right in this slump phase here. Let me see. Because when was the last time we saw Inovix? July, June, May. Okay, so April dump, rallied up, looking for a bearish retest or a reclaim. Bulls pushed up. We then deviated down. We couldn't retest this channel here that we were watching, losing the 2-week EMA 9, and now on this 2-week close, you're losing all major moving averages. So yeah, we were looking, I guess, at a bearish retest here on that $17 reclaim. And that was the only objective from this point, looking for a move up. As you can see, bears weren't able to actually reject at $17, but rather right at $16.50. So they front ran that, leaving bulls kind of trapped in longs that wanted TP zones around $17. So now this is looking like a valid breakdown to me, especially on this 2-week close confirming today. Yeah, this is now just in a massive sell signal. You can just see the last occurrence when you got under all major moving averages. On the 2-week specifically, this led to another 31% move down. So that's what you're in the midst of potentially getting. Even here, once you lost all major moving averages, we're just taking the highs of the next candle. And then the low, 41%. And then even here on this retest, you lost all major moving averages, rallied up, and then rejected. We'll take it from this. Give bulls the benefit of the doubt, 17%. The point I'm trying to bring home is that this is in the midst of a breakdown, and it's confirming a massive setup on this 2-week within 3 hours. So if you are a bull and you're trying to be bullish on this chart, you need to see Inovix get back above $10 and hold that. Just continue to hold above the EMA 34 and get back above that 2-week EMA 9. Because if bulls can't get back above $10, I do think we're going to see $8.54. And then that really does just bring into the question, is this going to get a range breakdown? And do we have to look at the extremity low here at $5.69 for the culture? So it's not a good setup. This front running resistance, the bearish retest, isn't a good sign. And now with us potentially losing all major moving averages, there's no hopium of a bearish retest at all here. More so, you could just get a very shallow retest of the 34 on the next 2-week candle and then get that follow through down. So that's the 2-week. The 2 weeks not looking good. Let's see what the HPDR has to say as well. Ooh. And so you can even see you were in breakout posturing, went to extremes even, came down. Bulls really needed this to just be some kind of throwback. The reaction of just flipping what was resistance into support, getting a nice consolidation off the 2-week moving averages. But no, you're now losing them. And even on the HPDR, you're about to make a move to the median, which is coming in right around that $7 region. Now, this very well could shift up or down into the next 2-week opening, but it is just something to consider if you are coming into Inovix, my apologies, thinking this is going to bounce. This is telling you
like the same.
It's not. Yeah, it does though. So, I am looking for a move to $8.54. If you do make that move, you can easily go to the daily here. Let me turn the rainbow chart off. And if you get any kind of daily close under $8.54 and consistently hold under that, then that'll be your trigger on making the next move down to around $7.40 and possibly a lot lower. I'd be very cautious of this chart. It is telling you that, BBWP is reset and you potentially are going to have a volatility setup confirm potentially within like the first week of September, maybe. So it's just kind of gearing up for an ugly September. Why would you be even thinking of that already? Well, I mean, look at the last reaction when you lost the daily SMA 200. On any chart, losing that is bad. You saw here, losing the EMA 100 gives you the target to the SMA 200, and then losing that just kind of puts us in total bear territory. So, watch for a reaction off the SMA 200. We see again just the last occurrence, losing all major moving averages. You instantly got follow through. And this is actually very similar to kind of the environment we're in now, which is once you lost all major moving averages, you then started to get BBWP firing off, giving you a pretty nice setup, down 27%. So yeah, this is actually looking pretty nice for bears. Very bearish. And it's just freshly silver cross. So this at least can tell you that, yeah, if I am thinking about longing, there's really no reason in that. This isn't a consistent daily downtrend. This gap here is being a trap. Like, this doesn't need to be filled immediately at all. And more so, this is now confirming on today's close. We're getting a daily 2-week, confirming a major breakdown. All eyes on, firstly, the daily 9 moving down, maybe going closer to the daily SMA 200. But as long as you do stay under that SMA 200, $8.54 seems like the next target into next week. There, you probably do get a bounce, in my opinion. Probably does bounce, but you know, that's just where trend becomes your friend. And using the SMA 200, you know, well, even if you bounce and let's say move up, as long as you stay under this SMA 200, yeah, this will just continue to grind out lower highs. And even this silver cross on the daily that freshly confirmed tells you, yeah, this is in bear territory. So I'd be very cautious of this if you're even investing in this chart, right? Investing, let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go to a monthly. And right, your investing thesis is kind of dying on today's close. You even see here you're losing this monthly 9. Never a good sign losing a monthly 9. Sprinkle in a daily SMA 200 loss plus a weekly EMA 9. And yeah, now this is looking like it's gearing up for a bear market move. Something you do not want to start investing when you're in the midst of losing this EMA 9. And we know Inovix loves to range. So what has occurred every time we've reclaimed the moving averages on the monthly and then lost them? Well, we can see here you reclaimed above all the major moving averages, got the chop, and then got follow through. What followed after that? Well, we then ended up going down 28%. Yes, it did get a bounce, but you can just see still monthly moving averages continue to be resistance. And even this was a pretty brutal wick high rejection, actually. 31%, 29 to 30% move, wick high rejection. So this tells you that, yeah, I mean, the daily, 2-week, monthly, luckily you're getting a lot of data. And whenever you've seen deviations of the moving averages, let's look at this one. Okay, you reclaimed above the 9, the 21, rejected the 34. Okay, lost all major moving averages in February. The following month, 23%. So, you know, and that wasn't even it didn't stop there. Then you went down again the next month. Okay, cool. And then even here, lost all major moving averages. The 34 wasn't populated at this time. And then on this rejection here, 24%. We can keep doing this. Lost all major moving averages here. The following month, you went down 19%. Here, the 9 wasn't, I mean, the 21 wasn't populated. So once you lost the 9 here, okay, finally, we have an occurrence where it wasn't a dump. It actually pumped 24%. So, and I will say though, yeah, it did pump, stayed under resistance, and then ended up dumping. So, yeah. The point I'm trying to bring home on Inovix is that you're potentially in September gearing up for a major bearish move. If you're looking at this, like this is it, it's over, like it's going to bounce now for sure. I'm looking at this as, no, this is the beginnings of a major breakdown. And there's so many things like on the monthly and the 2-week telling me that we are in the midst of a major breakdown and we potentially are about to see major follow through. So I'll confirm that on a major breakdown and we're getting follow through once you start losing $8.54. At that point, I mean, yeah, we'll respect that weekly median at $7.40, but I do think $5 will come up. And at that point, if you start breaking $5.77, you do have to, you know, wonder if you're just about to make a new macro low.
But if you hold that, you created the most impressive inverse head and shoulders of all time. And that could be the end of that. Like if you really don't take the low this time around, because it's going to go low. And I think it's going to get exactly to where your meme line is and not take down the other one, not take out the wick. Yeah. So and then that'll create, that's the shoulder, middle is the head, then that's the shoulder, and that'll be the most disgusting play of all time for anyone that is not really paying attention, and it'll blow the fuck up to the 30s.
I could see that. And then that move down to the 5s, 6 causes a reset. And then that big combusting move up, green dildo party, to the 30s is off the back of a monthly BBWP setup, the lowest ever, while everyone gets uber bearish in this. I could totally see that 100%. Because it is good you mentioned this. This $5 needs to hold. Like, this is all we're dealing with now at this point. It has to hold. So, if you are trying to bid this and be bullish, you should be gauging the extremity low here. We know Inovix likes to be in a range, and so let's play the extremity lows here of just the lows. Let's just play that. It's just often easier than playing kind of this mid-range. But use it as confluence. Lose $8.54. You should see an aggressive sell-off. Hopium is at maybe $7 holds, but gun to head, I really don't think this is going to be the scenario. I actually could see this playing out 100%, not 100%, but more likely, obviously. And then, you would have a bottoming reversal pattern. While again, everyone gets bearish because, we'll base it off the monthly 9. And then from this point, that still would mean a 41% move. Jeez.
But that's where the money is.
Yeah, it is though. Yeah. Like, this is where I would, if I was trying to invest or play this is where I would play it. I would play this exact setup. I would do it like this.
And invalidate with a low. Fuck it.
And that's it. Yeah, I just use this low as my invalidation. Understand maybe it liquidity grabs, but I will be using this low as like a hard stop loss, maybe a little below it. And I would be looking at like an inverse head and shoulders for some hopium here. But then that would mean that you just cannot take this wick low out at all.
Because what I like that's showing you, the chart showing you, is the closest. The closest on those candles, even though they took those lows from the left on the head, are higher than the ones on the left.
I see. So this close versus this one.
No, versus those. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like that.
So then maybe even like doesn't close, wicks. Yeah, you could see that. And then there's your dirty scenario. Regardless, though, still means Inovix is going to go down potentially 20 to 40%. Massive range there. So I'd be very cautious of this breaking down to September and maybe even September, October. But this is looking like a breakdown now. So understand that in the 2 week, as I showed, you often get follow through, the 2 week and the monthly, next candle even. So we're now losing all that. I'm not looking at this as, okay, red, 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 we should go green. Often doesn't work for Inovix. Like, you can have consistent red candles on this chart, like consistent 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 8 weeks of just down. Terrible. So yeah, that's all I have here. Watch for that move in September. Gauge the monthly 9. Maybe puts in a bearish retest. But yeah, as long as you are just staying under. Let's go back to the daily. Yeah, $10. You need to be more cautious. The hopium is that maybe this can do this. You get back above, you start grinding out structure, and then you
do have that silver cross to the downside though on the daily.
But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, the point is you maybe unsolidify this, but this tells me that this is not the time to be bullish, and rather you just got a silver cross, you got follow through. So the hopium is that this 9 can move down. You do just retest the SMA 200, which ends up being like a silver cross retest. Rallies up, you come down, and then you can stay up. You can rally up, but as long as you stay under the SMA 200, as history has shown, that's just really bad for Inovix. It's just not good. Anytime you're under the SMA 200, and even consolidating, it's just not good. So use that as kind of your line in the sand. That's kind of what I'm doing. And you could already be doing that, like using this wick low here, making like a little range, and we can go to like the 12-hour. I didn't do much. I'm gonna go to the 8-hour. I should have known that. And you're like, okay, cool, little gap here. Maybe you do end up just like retesting this zone. So regardless, very bearish chart. That's all I have. Watch $8.54. That'll really be what determines if you're gonna massively dump to like $5 or not.
Yeah. Beauty. It's a thing of beauty. Look at this. It's just a channel. It's rather simple to trade it. Yeah.
God.
There you go. Highs are right here. Let me just see. So yeah, you do shoulder, head, and then you need the next shoulder. And once you break out from here, let's pretend that it goes the way we're saying. And he breaks out at the lowest, right? Actually, from right here. It's at least a move to 25. That's what I would be expecting. But indeed, after what literally you just said, I would expect right now, this is my friction zone. I'm expecting 757 myself. And I think it will go down to 571. So I would open, if I'm going to enter this, I'd enter with 25% of my bag, like the position that I want to build, 25% at 757. And then I would dump the rest right here so that I can average down. And then my invalidation is just right here. Fuck it. 531.
Because that makes sense because you're not buying at 13, 10, 9, 8. It's like, no, you've waited properly because people are buying this up there. It's crazy.
And it'll get to 757. It's just a matter of like just being patient.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then the SMA, the EMA 100 starting to populate here. We touched it once. We did an SFP on the second. So eventually you're about to break out. This, in my view, this is going to break out. It's just right now, it's just going to play the same stupid game one more time. This is going to be one of those that time capitulations that's so insane that the move up probably is going to be nuts. And I hope so.
Yeah, I could see that time capitulation. Just people are just done with this, and then they just sell. You don't make a new low, and then the squeeze is godly as well. People do get complacent in a range, and that's what it's designed to make you do. The easy trade works, and then you're caught with your pants down on the wrong side when that green or red dildo comes in.
Because this was like a super fake out. Awesome that he'd stop right here. Like fucking. Yeah. This is a very fucky chart, and I like fucky charts because they're gonna give you some money eventually if you nail it. Yeah,
and at least on your chart, like the $17 didn't surprise you too much getting that move up to it. You had that SFP already, bearish retest question mark. Like, it was definitely a spot to be like cautious for sure. And then you just clearly see, okay, we reclaim that. Cool, we're busting up. That's the trigger.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Very clear, honestly. Thank you. And we're basically going to close with Farhan's Lucid.
Perfect.
Thank you. Gracias, as they say in my country, in my pueblo.
As they say in America.
Muchas gracias.
So.
As they say everywhere in America now, because it's full of illegal immigrants like me. All right.
They got
I hope Donald Trump.
They got my people in the UK.
I hope Donald Trump's not watching this. Let's go. Imagine what a great show until they mentioned that he was an illegal. We don't like illegals. They come in, they take the things, and we don't like the things being taken.
So sad. So sad. We like Alejandro, but he's illegal.
I'm going to revoke his visa. Mr. President, I have a passport. I'll take away your passport. Just watch me. It'll be bad. You won't like it. You won't like it when I take it away. It's like a dad, right? That's warning you about the consequences of your actions and the punishment. God bless him. God bless Mr. President.
That's why he's managed to play it so well, because he speaks to people like they're retards, which they are.
Yeah, we all are. So that's why I relate to him. That's why I like him. I'm like, yeah, I talk like that. I sound as stupid as that. I like it. I like this man. Someone give him a beer. All right. Estamos viendo Inovix. Ismael me dice que está poniéndose, se está poniendo erizo para hacer un trade acá con Inovix porque volatilidad está nula en la diaria y puede haber expansión. Tiene razón. La cosa es, esto va para abajo, tío. Y donde, a menos de que vaya a hacer opciones, ¿no? Ahí sí puedes hacerle un buen corto a esto. Estás cayendo del S&P 200, tienes un cruce plateado aquí. Además de eso, ya habías tenido todos tus promedios más rápidos cayendo lo más bajo encima de los lentos. Tu promedio del 9 acaba de cruzar por debajo del 100 y ahora tiene cara que va a ir a cruzar por debajo del S&P 200. Por debajo del S&P 200 a Inovix le gusta caer. La cosa es, y esto es lo que quiero que vean, ¿saben qué la va a poner en la mensual? Creo que la mensual nos va a dar el mejor rango delicioso de esto. Y aquí es donde pueden ver perfectamente cómo funciona Inovix. Está en este canal bajista. Y este canal bajista también es apoyado por las líneas memes que vienen por acá. Inovix tuvo un alto histórico en el 2021 como todo, en los $39, casi $40, y está cotizando en $9 en este momento. Ahora, lo interesante de esta tabla es que acá se está poniendo más caldufa la situación. Me gusta ver esto. Hombro, cabeza, y ahora me gustaría crear otro hombro. Y yo creo que el otro hombro lo va a venir a hacer suciamente por acá abajo en los 5.50, tal cual como lo hizo con este. Y lo que me hace ser más alcista y creer que esto va a aguantar es lo siguiente, que ven este cierre aquí abajo, vean estos cierres aquí arriba. Por más que haya caído más, fue una tomada de liquidez para hacer esto. Y todo, recuerden que todo patrón de reversión empieza de bajista a alcista, empieza en un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Tienes un hombro, cabeza, y yo esperaría aquí hombro. Y una vez que reviente esto, el movimiento medido nos lleva mínimo a los $25. Eso sería el primer pop grande donde superas ya máximos desde septiembre 22, desde el 2022. O sea, te estás llevando 4 años de tendencia bajista entre las patas. ¿Y cómo lo voy a jugar? Para ponerla sencilla y no armárselas tanto de pedo. Esto es como yo lo voy a jugar. Si yo quiero entrar en Inovix, si pueden ver mis zonas de fricción, que son las dasheadas, y mis zonas donde los fines del rango. ¿Ok? Lo que yo esperaría es, estoy viendo que está haciendo el breakdown. Yo esperaría agregar, güey, qué mal me salió ese cuadro. Felicidades, Alejandro. Yo agregaría aquí 25% de mi posición en los 7.57, si es que no has entrado, o si quieres agregar más a tu posición. Y acá, puta madre, y acá, en esta línea meme, en los 5.71, agregaría el otro 75% de la posición. 25 y 75, para que mi promedio salga más o menos por acá en los 6. Y eso, cuando se dé la vuelta, de 6 a 25 estás hablando de un 4X, en putiza. Ese pop te lo puede dar sin pedos. ¿Y por qué digo eso? Porque has visto que se está peleando este pedo con el promedio del 34 mensual. Y ahora, nunca lo habíamos pasado antes. Hicimos un SFP, fuimos a tomar liquidez, volvimos a romperlo a la alza. Y acá empieza a popular el 55 aquí arriba, donde ya también lo tocamos. La de 2 semanas es la que me da la pauta. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo mi promedio del 100, que es esta línea roja que viene para abajo, y ya vieron que lo tomamos de liquidez, luego hicimos un SFP, y ahora cuando haces un SFP normalmente tienes un movimiento agresivo al otro lado. Estás perdiendo el promedio del 9, justamente tal cual en el en vivo de ahorita, y vas a venir a esta zona. Puede que no te lo dé el mismo día, tranquilo, paciencia, con fuerza y con ganas se gana en Francia, recuerda eso. No sé qué tiene que ver con esto, pero solo recuerda eso. Y lo que me dice esto es que eventualmente vamos a reventar el promedio del 100 a la alza, lo vamos a venir a retestear, no como acá, lo retesteaste pero caíste derecho. Vas a venir a retestear, va a aguantar y pito a los $25, que es el movimiento medio de acá. Y lo mejor de todo esto es que tu invalidación está aquí abajito. Una vez que te llevas este mínimo, ahí dices gracias por todo, pero este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido no salió. Simplemente va a continuar la tendencia para abajo y no estoy interesado en ello. Pero cuando el precio esté por acá en los 5.75 haciendo esto, todo el mundo va a decir, no mames, vamos a hacer un nuevo mínimo. y ahí es donde va a dar la sorpresa. Es como yo lo veo. Y estamos mal si esto en este momento da reversa y se lleva a los 11.70. Ahí podrías decir que pues ahora sí ya hiciste el fondo y vas a ir a buscar un nuevo máximo porque hiciste un mínimo más alto, ¿no? Que el pasado y bastante más alto. Pero va a ser la situación, no, yo creo que la trampa perfecta va a ser esta. Caes acá, va a ser esto, la gente va a apostar a que esta línea va a aguantar, va a probablemente ir a la parte alta del canal en los 11.18, va a caer hasta acá y acá es donde te va a dar el reventón. Es así como lo veo. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Lucid, Mr. Farhano.
Lucid. So 2 week. No, I can do the monthly. I'll switch to HBDR first.
How splendid.
I'll do the momentum one last. Oh, let me remove this meme line.
Oh, wow, under $2. I'm liking this. I'm going to go online right now and see if how people are feeling.
Getting a nice little breakdown and rejection from that 38.2%. First target I would have would be somewhere around that median, which is right along these current wick lows at about $1.89. Let's see what this low is. What $1.93? Very likely it's somewhat of a little bit of a bounce somewhere around that median, sweeping these lows. That bounce could take you somewhere maybe $2, maybe up to $2.25. Not really that much higher, and you're likely going to end up coming down to this bottom 38.2% at a minimum after that. That is where you kind of like the right on price, is that somewhere around that 38.2% to the 50%, and that puts you at about $1.50 to $1.48, which is significantly lower than where we are right now. I think it's like 25%, but let me measure it. Right about 25%. That was close enough. The momentum on the monthly is starting to shift down with volatility still contracting. Likely you are going to get volatility expansion once you get somewhere around that $1.89 zone. Right on the jewel, are you getting anything? You just sell signal, maintaining the bearish control zone. Any divergence? There's present some possible bullish divergence, but you would have to close over $2.49 to confirm that. Seems a little
On the
unlikely.
monthly in 2 hours.
Yeah.
That seems very likely.
Yeah. 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry for the 40 minutes. I forgot.
337. You got to do 337.
There you go.
Let's see, just for funsies, how much is that? Just as tranquilo, 69% up.
It would be hilarious if it really does. And you and I are here looking like total fucking idiots for not believing it.
And then it just does a 69% dildo to the upside.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd take it. I'd love to be proven wrong on that.
Absolutely.
Just for
especially
the
in that
laughs of
hilarious way.
seeing a 69% move.
Mm-hmm.
2 week. Also positioned to the downside. Any divergence? Nope, no, nothing present. Not making any hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out these lows. Volatility is close to expanding. The jewel is now still in a neutral signal, but very likely this is going to shift to a sell. The first bounce zone is somewhere around that 189 to 193 zone, which is at that 38.2%, but very likely that bounce is going to fail. Weekly is also positioned to the downside. Now, no divergence present. Volatility is close to expansion. Weekly is now giving you a fresh sell signal on the jewel. 5-day also positioned to the downside. Just about to start expanding on volatility. $1.88 with that 38.2%, very close to 189. 2-day freshly flips to the downside, rejecting the reset zone. Now it's pretty close to entering into the bearish control zone. And volatility is now freshly expanding too, and the jewel is now flipping right back into a sell signal. And you do have a pink crossing below the yellow. It's happening kind of low, not going to be as powerful as if it happened somewhere up here, but still you should get a move off of that, which you currently are getting how much of a percent down off of it? Let's see. about 6%. Daily also now freshly flipping to the downside. Volatility now expanding. Daily is still holding a buy signal on the jewel. Likely this is going to be invalidated very soon. Because from the rejection of this median, you would target this bottom 38.2%, right around that $1.90 zone. You're going to take out this previous major low right around that $2. Also around psychological figure, very likely this is going to shift into a neutral at the least. 4-hour now just starting to lose this 38.2%, closes in 6 minutes. So likely this is going to close below there. Last time you closed below 38.2% was right over here, and you made your way down to somewhere around 61.8. But whenever you lost it, that was the 88.3. So right now, the 88.3 sits at about $1.80, very low. Close to getting into the bearish control zone on the 4-hour, but not quite just yet. No divergence possible because momentum is making lower lows, while price is also making lower lows. 4-hour jewels now shifting into a sell signal. However, you do have a pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Would make it more probability that you would come back down to the cross in the bearish control zone and flip up from there. But who knows how low price can go on that move to the bearish control zone. Could get a bounce at 189, but not as likely. What's more likely is move down towards somewhere around 150 to 160 before he gets that bounce. 189 is only 10 cents down, and you have a decent way to go before he gets the cross. Like, we are currently at 39, the cross is at 28. Go to RSI. Come on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
It opened on the wrong screen.
Oh.
Interesting. Monthly's got a regular bullish divergence, which is very close to being invalidated. It will invalidate with any close below about $1.93, and then that will give us an easy target of hitting the simple moving average, which currently is at, well, the bearish control zone first, in the simple moving average. Bearish control zone's at 78 cents. A lot lower than numbers I was looking at, but this will update in 2.5 hours. So the bullish hopium is that this number goes up. Or, yeah, goes up. Nothing. Daily's got active hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $2.19. Very close to hitting the simple moving average, which currently sits at $1.90. So lines up with that $1.89 zone. So maybe you do get a little bit of a bounce at $1.89. Next zone is the edge of the critical zone, which will update in 2.5 hours, but it's currently sitting at about 137. I'd like to see this move up to 150s to 160s. Nothing on the 4-hour. Come on. Monthly is freshly flipping to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $2.35. There's a higher high on momentum. Let's zoom into price. Come on.
Let's just say that there's not that happening in price.
Oh, so there's lower highs in price. Interesting. So that gives us monthly hidden bearish divergence. And it's already been confirmed with momentum flipping to the downside. Not looking the best. You got monthly hidden bearish divergence lining up with volatility expansion, rejecting getting out of the bearish critical zone, looking like shit on the monthly. Well, I mean, you don't really need that. You just need to look at this, and it's looking like shit. The 2-week. 2-week is also freshly flipped to the downside. Hopium is that volatility is not expanding yet, but it's close to it. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $2.14. Weekly is also flipped to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 296. 5-day as well, basically the same as the weekly, flipped down, rejecting and getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. 2-day it's also flipped to the downside. However, volatility is now contracting after a double extreme. And interesting to see volatility contracting while price is approaching the lows. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $2.04. Daily is just about to firstly flip to the downside in about 2.5 hours with volatility expansion now, and it will flip down as long as you're closing below 201, and that will be a rejection of getting out of the critical zone. Oh, interesting. And the 4-hour now confirms that with fresh volatility expansion from 3 periods of 0%, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 209, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. So on the high time frames, this thing is looking like absolute white dog shit, with monthly freshly flipping to the downside and with volatility expansion, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and you are going to be flipped down as long as you're below 235. Basically, every single time frame is currently flipped to the downside. Daily is right on the edge, but 4-hour confirms that it's likely going to flip down or remain down, with volatility expansion from 3 periods of 0% and momentum flipping freshly down. I would be looking for the first zone somewhere around 190 to 189 for maybe somewhat of a bounce. Not sure how high that bounce will take you, but as long as you are below 337, it's still going to be more on the bearish side. So you could bounce up 30-40% and still be bearish. And from there, I would be looking for somewhere around $1.50 to get tapped. And at that point, probably just going to go towards zero, really. I don't know. The next zone is 70 cents, and under there, I don't really have anything. And the 70 cent zone number I'm getting is from the RSI. It's one of the bearish critical zone targets. The invalidation, like I said before, was basically getting above $3.37. Get above $3.37, then Hopium lives for retesting higher numbers. As long as you're below 337, looking bearish as fuck on the long term.
On the long term, on the short term, on everything, fucking lucid.
Yeah.
God damn.
The Picasso's drawn the way.
On my
that's
chart here.
Inovix. Oh,
no, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, we needed to break this in order to go here, and we never did. We just did an SFP. So, potentially shoulder, head, and this could be the whole thing, a shoulder, and then just break out.
Hasn't somebody told the stock price that their car is slightly faster than the Plaid for 3 times the price?
The stock is probably unaware of that now that you say that, if I'm thinking about it like the right way. No, this is fucked. All right, you boys are free to go. Enjoy your Friday. Anything you guys want to say before you leave? I know looking at the Bitcoin, interesting.
Yeah, she'll just probably keep going down until the daily close, and then watch that move up to the daily EMA 100. That's where the trade will be set for the Academy. I'll be watching for maybe that bearish retest short. And yeah, I'll see you boys on the Discord. I think this weekend we probably just chop and maybe bait longs a bit, but we also could dump. So just be aware of just losing that daily EMA 100 really does open up my aggressive short rule if you stay under it. We don't want chop. So
yeah. All righty. Well, thank you, boys. Enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you, boys.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, and good weekend from El Cochiloco.
Adiós, Cochiloco. Estamos viendo, bueno, esto es Bitcoin, pero vamos a ver Lucid. Acá ya me empieza a llamar la atención Lucid. La razón por qué, obviamente, si lo ponemos en la de 2 semanas, pueden ver el mínimo más mínimo que ha hecho está en los 1.93, me parece si es correcto. Denme un segundo. 1.93, efectivamente. Estamos en 1.99. Ahora, tienes esta tendencia de mínimos más altos que se estaba formando, pero se rompió a la baja. Y una vez que te llevas el 1.99, para mí existe peligro de caer más. Pero ¿qué tan más puedes castigar esta empresa? La capitalización de esta empresa son $6,000 millones. Me parece que Rivian llegó a algo similar y de ahí ya rebotó en su fondo. Interesante. No les voy a mentir, yo creo que voy a abrir una posición el martes, o voy a analizarlo hoy, voy a ver qué hace hoy exactamente esto. en Lucid. Se me hace interesante. Ahora, esto se podría ir a cero, honestamente. Esta no es una empresa a la que le tenga todo, ¿cómo se llama? Toda la confianza del mundo, porque pues no está haciendo lo que Tesla, no está haciendo lo que Rivian, etcétera. Pero no está mal tampoco. Por lo que va a abrir una posición pequeña comparada con en mi portafolio relativamente hablando, para pues simplemente por cualquier cosa, porque este tiene movimientos agresivos. Por ahora lo único que estás viendo es que estamos haciendo, ¿a dónde llegó este mínimo? 1.98, 1.99, 1.98. Si te llevas el 1.98, yo creo que para abajo por algún segundo en cualquier flashazo en esto me esperaría entrar por ahí del 1.95. No hay tanto que analizar en esto. Lo único que estamos viendo es esta tendencia bajista que continúa y estaba yo esperando el hombro, cabeza, hombro, que no se dio, nos rechazó y vamos para abajo. Pero ahora por primera vez en la historia está retestando el promedio del 34. Esto para mí es bueno. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que voy a hacer? Probablemente abrir una posición acá con 25% y si llega a caer más, poner ahí el otro 75%. No hay tanto teatro, no hay tanto humo, no hay tanta cosa que venderles por acá. Bastante sencillo el trade. Y ahora, ojo, se puede ir esto a cero. Sí, por eso es una posición más pequeña para mí. No estoy tan interesado en arriesgar todas las canicas del reino por volverme millonario con una madre de estas, ¿no? Entonces no me voy a mega preocupar. Me gustaría poder analizar más, decirles, oh, me equivoco, si es la única forma en la que estoy equivocado es si cierras hoy arriba de, ¿cuánto era? Dame un segundo. Es un 69% de donde estás. Ah, arriba de 336. Estoy literalmente, porque es el cierre mensual, recuerden. Tiene que cerrar por encima de esta vela para que esto ya se libre de todos los problemas que tiene, para que lo entiendan. Ahora tienes el promedio del 9, está a punto de estar por debajo del 5, o ya está. Ya está por debajo del 5. No, eso está bien, está por debajo del 5, pero el 5 está a punto de bajar del 9. Y ahí es donde esto se pondría del pito, porque normalmente es cuando cae más. Así que mantengan un ojo bien pelado, con precaución en esto. Esta debería ser una jugada sencilla porque puedes eliminar tu entrada ahorita si quieres entrar ahorita con este mínimo, pero para mí puedes simplemente crear un nuevo mínimo y ya, de ahí ya por fin salir de este hoyo. Pero puedo estar completamente equivocado. La cosa es, la mensual, ¿cuál es la que lo tiene? No, la trimestral, tienes volatilidad cayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla ante esta caída. Falta un mes para cerrar esto, pero esto es una vela súper topera y este puede ser el engaño más grande de todos después del primer rechazo del promedio del 9. ¿En cuánto tiempo? Desde el 2022, que no veíamos eso. Mensual, solamente quiero volatilidad mensual, ok. 2 semanas, está en la parte baja. Nunca ha bajado de 15%, pero está en el punto más bajo. Semanal, semanal tienes expansión de volatilidad que te dio los dos movimientos para arriba y para abajo. 5 días es idéntica. Diaria tienes expansión de volatilidad ante la caída. Las noticias. Si ahorita están en las noticias, me están diciendo, ok, sí voy a comprar. Me vale verga. Están diciendo que no compres 1.98 mínimo. Denme un segundo. Denme un segundo en lo que hago mis compras. Transferir. No seas mamón que va a tomar un día en pasar esto. Va a poner más dinero. Ok. Ahorita lo voy a checar. Y ahí está. Sí, tal cual. Como les digo, voy a comprar un poco de Lucid a ver cómo nos va con esto. O sea, no un poco, ya esto sería una cantidad considerable, buena, pero no importante en mi portafolio. Y ahí está. Eso es todo lo que tengo, damas y caballeros. Estamos. Feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Espero que la pasen muy bien. Y de nuevo, solamente para recordarles, si no estuvieron aquí al principio del stream, de lo que estaba diciendo, me retiro de Emprendedores. Gracias a todos por haberlos vistos por 5 años. Fue muy divertido. Salomondrín duró 5 años. Para mí, Emprendedores duró 5 años. Yo creo que Ro va a continuar. Y por supuesto que vamos a continuar haciendo Emprendedores Ventures. Cuando tengamos esos videos y todo eso, vamos a continuar haciéndolos. No crean que no. La única cosa que quiero decir de eso es, solamente estoy cansado de todo lo que son los datos económicos. Es una mamada, no sirven para absolutamente nada y pues me siento pendejo haciéndolo, honestamente. Estoy cansado y ya saben que me vale verga todo y siempre hago lo que se me hinchen los huevos. Así que disfruten su fin de semana. Ramón iba a ser una que me preguntó hoy, pero prefiero irme a la playa y mejor mañana y pasado. El de mañana va a estar bueno porque va a ser tiene que ver con extraterrestres, ¿ok? Espero que esté divertido. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos ustedes. Gracias, Canito, Ramón, Isael, toda la gente que está por aquí, Eder, Ismael. Gracias por acompañarnos. Pórtense bien y nos vemos el lunes. No, nos vemos mañana aquí en Proyecto. Acuérdense que estoy regalando $8,000 en mi sitio de Salovisa, no se olviden. Así que no se lo pierdan, que ya va a ser anunciado el 1 de septiembre. Ya estamos a 2 días. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y gracias por todo, tíos. Pues hombre, tío, muchas